Oh, 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 here is Nicholas. I'll make show real life. I must make money for United Nations children. That's my work. There's enough films which you can look, but this is real. This is real. This you can buy your gifts or presents. Okay. Are you making music on a little bit for me? You can see uh, a few hours result here, and have been unique laws because they is one of the most important days. Uh, Advent. You look, is he getting money from looking for viewing? That's no thought. I believe not. Okay. Edit. Lijepi.
Alo? Počeli
If
smo.
purchase price here down, there's my face, there's no see now. But then 910% cool.
Kako ti je sad u novim gradovima, da zovu leta i zime moje ime. Ovde sve po starom baš, poruči nekuma znaš, riba mi odluta pogled u daljine.
Anjuško, mikrofon imamo dalje. Anjuško, si haru.
I želju jedina da osvaneš u zoru, tunjo nam u prozoru.
Hvala, lijepo. Kako si, nome? Kad tebe, Anjuška, vidim predobro sam. Nejla, gdje si, Nejla? Na mesta vidim žena moji.
Kako ti je sad
Duka volim,
u ovim godinama,
moj Duka je brat.
da zovu
Zima
pesme
me
i
nešto
rime
fata.
moje.
Nešto me zima fata, tako da Miha, brate, morao sam malo ovako.
Ovde sve po starom baš, poruči nekuma znaš, pa
Morao
mi
sam Miha na malo.
odluta pogled u daljine.
Jeste mi vi lijepi danas? Kako ste? Pozdrav, Harune. Gledaj, Anjuška je stroj. Nije valjda prehlada. Ma nije Duka nešto meni. Vidi vama, sve mi spremno. Ljudi, selimo se za 8 dana. Ja sam već spreman. Napšen ko stoka. Nisam mali, brate, napšen. Rekao da sam napšen. Gdje si Biksna, brate moj? Gledaj mi Biksne, brata. Mitkara. Lutke moje, petak, lagani zim. Kako se budi. Treba vodu što više. Čvarni kolutić. Nagodan uvijek ljubav moja. Gdje si
Oh,
Nikola?
sell here.
Ja
This
to
is a
tome
sell
večeras.
to viewer.
Na YouTube-u malo.
What's it?
Šta mislite o tom?
Calculating.
Galam za mog brata Starbota. Gledaj mog Starbota.
It's selling.
Zove... Ljudi, trebao smo horor igrati. Zato kasnim. Dragan se umorio na poslu. Nije mogao večeras. ali tu skinuli smo igricu, jebi ga, neće biti horora. Tako da ćemo omegle mi radit, lagano. Gdje se seliš? Selim se u drugi stan Asija. Tu sam u Ljubljani, ali idemo drugi u veći stan, u bolji stan, u ljepši stan, gdje ćemo keno dovoditi žene, goste, sve. A keći moj, no ni to ne, brate, 20. Bože zdravlja, 20. otprilike kontamo da krenemo Nuniton. Omčara moj, brate, dobri, gdje su ljubav? Idu žene, room tour, biće Dženisa room tour, jer je stan prelijep. Majke, stančina je brh. Jedva čekam da se preselim. Tu će već Nuniton biti stroj, ako Boga. Tu ćemo Aki, Bemba, ja 24 sata spavati. Znam se, brate, kakav će tu Nuniton biti. Kad dovedem Akija i Bembu i tu da budemo par dana 24 sata. Joj, Pero, šuti, gledaj kad sam upalio. Izradili me za horor. Ali neću im zamjer, perkane moje. Ali neću im zamjer. Evo Dimaksa. Dimaks Majde. Gdje mi je Jasko Majde? Hoće biti kik. Hoće biti kik. Kako ćemo na kiku? Kad se pobiju Aki i Bemba. To je, brate, problem, jer ne znamo ćemo mi 3 dana Aki, Bemba, ja i Max što možemo izdržati. Onda već krene, da, brate, Pero i ja sam jedva čekao horor da igramo. I jebi ga, Mario mi piše, da nosim ja u grupi na WhatsApp, pišem, niko mi ne odgovara. Ja mu malo prepiše, Mario, hoćemo. Kaže, pa ne znam, ništa nisam skinuo tamo vamo. Ništa ljudi, Mario me izdaje pomalo. Jebi ga, popularan posto. Tako to ide, brate. Sam volim da se u čatu sad pojavi. Jesse, Nuni, Nami, Kralju. Brate, smara me onaj frajer. Pratite ovo, majke. Čekaj, gdje mi je ono? Baš me smara. Gdje mi je message? Čuvam ja Dukat u njedrima. Vidi ovo. Čekaj. Gledaj ovo, materiju. Ježi rekao jebote, Juka sa PUBG-a. I need you and don't hate you, stupid idiot. I will keep on going then until you don't let me talk. I have proposal for you. Ljudi, šta ti ono, djeca psuju, treba ono pošamarat. Bio moj Big D. A znaš šta je najče Big D? Milca je tu, dobro? Znaš šta je najče Big D, brate? Što to nisu djeca ljubav. Što tu ima ljudi koji imaju svoju djecu, brate moje. Imaš ljudi koji imaju djecu i onako šalju poruke. Ovi kriminalci na baterije, brate. Online. Znaš? Što ti jebu mrtve, što ti jebu buduću djecu, ženu i to. Meni nikad neće u glavu doći, brate. Evo, stavljam sebe u poziciju, brate, bubam streama Erna iz čata. Aj, pročito sam random. Brate, ne gotivi mi, niđe veze, dosadna mi cura, debil, cura, razumiješ, u tom smislu ako razmišljam, dobro. Okej, brate, ako ne gotivim, blokirat ću je, neću da mi izlazi nigdje, sve ću njene klipove, gdje god mi izađe blokirat, čao, jer me nervira. A ne da ja idem, brate, tamo da pišem poruke, da šaljem, ti, Erna, ovako, onako, jebaću ti ovo, jebaću ti ono, znaš. To nikad te ljude neću da shvatim, brate, što takve komentare ostavljaju, što pišu i po čatu, i po slikama, i po videama takve komentare. Fuj. Majke, gdje si Mekice, vidi mi Mekice. A jao, Mekica je jedna lijepa, divna duša. Otkad je nisam vidio. Mekice, da li se družimo u Beogradu? S 8. Samo mi to reci, Mekice. Pozdrav, Marko. A najveći su oni koji sad brišu poruke da su neke... Da, Dario, znaš ti šta je njih popisalo poruke? Ali ja sam uslikao sve, brate. Tako razmišljaju normalni ljudi koji znaju... Ma normalno nela. Jebi ga to sve nekako neispunjeni, ne znam, brate. Životi njihovi liječe komplekse kroz te komentare. Dobro im uživaju u tim komentarima. Da se drugi pljuju, razumiješ, tuđim nesrećama. Ali, lagano. Brato, šikad se, normalno ene se da hoću, brata, sad za sad neću, tu sam prvo dok se malo ostvarimo ovdje u Sloveniji, parica zaradimo, onda lagano. Mekice dušo, selam unija noća, šta za metak? Jes, brate, ajmo prvo malo TikTok, pa ćemo na ome. Hoće biti stream za novu godinu, dobro pitanje, brate. Dobro pitanje, ako Bog da bude ona, kako se zove, Nuniton, će biti.
Ganz gleich, welche Träume Sie auch haben. Wir erfüllen Ihren größten. Einmal für immer ankommen. Einmal für immer.
The final day of the Rolex Sail GP Championship has arrived.
What we're witnessing here is pure boat speed.
After 11 grueling events.
Oh, that's a disaster.
And 79 heart-pounding races.
This was so brave.
Every second.
Oh my word, this is so tight.
Every maneuver.
What an overtake.
Every decision.
Pressure from Fletcher.
Has led to this moment.
To Battle Royale.
Today, the Mubadala Abu Dhabi Grand Final will be decided.
Waves crash underneath, sound like thunder speaking. Flying carbon machines, driven by the world's best. Yes, power by nature, power by nature. Raw passion, all action, what it takes. Racing on water, racing with impact. Give it all, everything. Give it all, everything. We are racing when it takes. We are GP.
It has been a journey like no other. 12 international teams with the world's best sailors have circumnavigated the globe at a dozen events with one mission, a spot in the grand final. And as the league pulls into this ancient port city for only the second time, the final day of reckoning is about to take place on the Arabian Gulf. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates with just one last Super Sunday to contest and one final roll call for only the top three teams. The warm waters of Abu Dhabi will come for the teams for only so long as the fans on shore witness high tech and high tension, a stone's throw away. And the next 90 minutes, a season champion will be crowned. Alongside Olympian Stevie Morrison and former GBR crew member Hannah Diamond, I am Todd Harris. This is the Mubadala Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix 2025 Season Grand Final, brought to you by Abu Dhabi Sports Council. A journey that has spanned more than 30,000 miles and multiple continents concludes today. After a test with a varying array of conditions, cultures, and time zones, the teams now reach a pinnacle that will end with one final epic showdown in the Middle East. The Rolex Sail GP trophy arrived yesterday, courtesy of Hanshi, on the season-defining Mubadala Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix Grand Final, with a $3.2 million prize pool on the line. Tensions were running high for each and every world-class team.
Who's got that timing right as the line turns white?
Jury Deutsche Bank maintained their end-of-season form in race one. Very good after that. But the story for the grand final raged on, with Emirates GBR and the Black Foils with a more comfortable point cushion. It is a battle between Los Gallos and the Boss Flying Rouge for the last grand final spot.
This whole race to the grand final is so on right now.
It was Denmark that ran away with the day one scorecard, taking back-to-back victories in races 2 and 3.
Serhestad on fire today.
And Australia's Tom Slingsby clawed back critical points after being over the line again in race 3.
Sometimes you can get a bit lucky, and sometimes the door opens up.
In the final race, it was all on Spain to keep themselves with a chance to make the grand final. But this was not the start they needed.
As early start penalty, France, Spain, and Canada.
With Switzerland claiming the final race. And another top result for Rockwell, Denmark. The entire fleet is eyeing up this event's prize money. Coming into this last event, the standings look like this. Emirates GBR, the most consistent team on the year, has a 3-point lead over the Black Foils of New Zealand. And 3-time champions Mont Flying Rouge of Australia in third, but lurking in fourth and still with a shot of making the grand final are the defending Season 4 champions, Los Gallos of Spain. But they will need 2 nearly flawless fleet races today to get the points necessary to pass the Aussies and take the last spot in the grand final. And apart apart from today's winners-take-all final, there is an $800,000 prize for the victors of this weekend's event. Right now, Rockwell, Denmark with a commanding lead here in Abu Dhabi. Red Bull Italy and Team Switzerland sit in second and third. The United States, North Star Canada, Germany, Deutsche round out the top half of the table. At the bottom, surprise teams who are normally used to podium positions. So with the Danes holding a huge event lead, the question now is, can they maintain that position and win their first ever event here? We caught up with their wing trimmer, Tom Johnson, earlier to get his thoughts on today's action.
It would be huge for us to take an event win. You know, we've been here for 5 years now, 4 seasons, and it would be. We haven't had that event win, so we're really gunning for it. You know, we've still got a bit of work to do. We've got a big lead, but you know, we also had a big lead in Catters. We've shown we can screw that up. So we're just going to try to repeat what we did yesterday. We know the conditions are very random. You know, I know we had good consistency yesterday, but you can also see it can go bad quickly. So we're just going to focus on doing what we did yesterday and take away the learnings from the night and see if we can repeat it.
Well, yeah, yesterday it was nearly perfect for Rockwell, Denmark in those first 4 races. There's 2 more fleet races out there today for the 12 boats that are going to be so crucial. 10 points if you win the race, none if you're in the back too. So it's absolutely important to accumulate as many points as you can to give yourself a good overall result here. Make the top 3 boats on the season and then get into that grand final.
With conditions in Abu Dhabi light today, but the athletes have a raft of tools and tactics at their disposal to push their 50s to their limits in those challenging and technical of conditions.
When we look at the speed and foiling stats in sub-15km/h winds in Season 5, there is one clear winner by a significant margin.
Ooh, look at this!
Oh, the roos are flying!
One of the big takeaways from the Oracle Cloud data is that Australia has a smoother style of sailing. They move the wing sheet, the part that powers up the wing, and the board rake, the angle the flight controller uses to change the ride height, less than any of the other top teams.
We've definitely stepped up our light air game a bit, and yeah, I'm really confident in light air conditions at the moment, and I feel like with the addition of Chris to our team, we've sort of added a bit more light air power there, and we've been sailing really well.
There is some new tech being deployed in Abu Dhabi, the brand new 27.5-metre wings. They've been designed to balance with the T-foils that have been rolled out this season. The fleet will be racing to dial in their settings for maximum performance. While New Zealand and Great Britain are competitive, they are a clear step behind Australia.
We've got a new 27.5-metre wing here. Only the Spanish have used it so far, so it's going to be really interesting to get out on that, and especially with, you know, the new light air boards and light air rudders that we saw introduced in Geneva. I think it's really going to transform the boat in the light winds.
I think the whole season's been really about adapting to new bits of equipment and making sure you're the one that learns those new bits of equipment faster than anyone else.
It's definitely the wing trimmer, probably the pilot to a degree, who gets affected the most for a new wing coming on, but ultimately we've had so much change this season that I think everyone's pretty dialed in on the best way to manage that and not have it as a distraction.
It's a bit of a curveball, but that's the thing with SailGP. We all get thrown the same curveball. It's just who deals with it the best, and I don't mind it. I think we all have to think on our feet and learn as quick as we can, and you just got to keep evolving with the game.
And we'll bring you a full update on the forecast and conditions with Lisa Darmanis shortly. Winds might be light, but the teams have millions of reasons to be a bit more tense than normal this weekend.
Prize money in SailGP has changed the game in professional sailing. A season prize pool of $12.8 million has been taken by the top performing teams. This is how it's broken down. Each event, the winner gets $400,000, second $240,000, third $120,000. But here in Abu Dhabi, $3.2 million is on the line, with the grand final winner taking the lion's share, a huge $2 million. Australia has won the most prize money in SailGP history. The other teams are no doubt green with envy.
And And this was the scene yesterday in the fourth race of the day. Stevie got a little bit hairy, a little bit tight, and an incident that we did not see when it happened, but later on upon review, Switzerland making contact with the Kiwis.
Yeah, on board the Swiss, and you can just see they just saw a gap. It wasn't a gap that anyone else but themselves thought they could fit in. Look on the screen now. Bang, there. You see the boat just jolt a little bit. That's the foil underneath there on the Swiss boat, catching with the rudder on the New Zealand black foils there. And really bad news for the Kiwis. Damaged the foil. They managed to get their hands on a better repaired foil for today, so they will have the perfect setup out there today, Todd. But yeah, big error.
Yeah, the problem for them is they're going to get deducted 4 season points and 8 event points, taking them from second to third. Well, leading the pack coming into this weekend and looking for their first championship win, Emirates GBR with 3 event wins on the season. A somewhat disappointing day on the water for them yesterday, but the relatively safe position in the season standings, they will have their eyes firmly on the grand prize. We caught up with their grinder, Neil Hunter, before they went racing today.
To be honest, it was good to see all the top teams kind of in the bottom half of the leaderboard for us. I mean, we didn't have a great day, a few tricky situations, and there's a lot of dirty air out there. I mean, just finding clean lanes with 12 boats and such a lack of breeze is tricky in itself. So yeah, we're kind of all eyes on the grand final now. Like, we think we've probably done enough now to definitely secure our place in the grand final. Certainly without any incidents today, it should be all good. And then, yeah, we're kind of focused on that and really looking forward to getting into it.
And sitting in third place, the Mance Flying Rouge, a team all too familiar with lifting the season championship trophy. They're locked in a battle today with the defending champions, Los Gallos of Spain, and their grinder, Sam Newton, explained to us earlier today what's at stake.
But we had one goal going into this event, and that is to make sure the Spanish finish behind us. So whether we're coming 11th or first, it doesn't matter to us as long as the Spanish are behind us. So that was the goal yesterday. That's the goal today. Just make sure they're behind us and we can secure our place in the top 3 in the final. That's the fight. So we're going to go out there, make sure we're 1 point ahead of the Spanish. And if we do that, we're succeeded.
So a simple game plan for the Aussies, finish ahead of the Spanish. They'll be feeling more confident after a tough day for the defending champions, Los Gallos, yesterday. And we got the thoughts of their grinder, Juan Cardona.
We're feeling well. Yesterday we came off the water saying being last never felt so good. Like, we actually felt really good, and as a team we were working really well together. And yeah, we just go with the same spirit today, a bit more aggressive, and hopefully it plays out that way. It's quite tricky, especially because obviously we probably have the worst team we would like to be against us. So they are obviously, in my opinion, the best team in the history of CGP. And yeah, it's tough for us, but for sure it's going to be really good learning for the future.
And we are just moments away from the start of the racing here on Super Sunday at the Mubadala Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix, the 2025 season grand final presented by Abu Dhabi Sports Council, part of the Rolex Sail GP Championship. As the teams get ready to go racing, 5 minutes away from the start of fleet race number 5, then it'll be fleet race number 6, and then it will be all on as we now hand it over to Hannah Diamond, who has today's course map in just a moment.
It's a compact racecourse here in Abu Dhabi, with the start box tucked right up against the grandstand wall. Teams will need to judge their turn back towards the line and hit the line with speed to give them the best chance of getting up and foiling at Mark 1. From here, they'll turn left and head towards the city at Gate 2, where they can choose to turn either left or right. The next leg will take the teams towards the grandstand against the wind, where they'll be looking for the areas of most wind to be able to try and either lift one hull out of the water or get fully foiling to reduce drag and increase boat speed. It's a short course today with only 3 legs before the teams turn left and head towards the finish line.
And there are the 12 international teams ready to do battle here in the Arabian Gulf, the final event of the 2025 season, and then the grand final. Before we go racing, we check in down on the water with the 4th member of our broadcast team. Here is Olympic silver medalist Lisa Darmanin with the latest.
Well, I've got good news, everybody. We have more wind today than yesterday, and the F50s have been foiling in their warm-up laps. We've got 11 kilometres per hour, gusting up to 19 kilometres per hour from the northwest. So still on the light side, and the wind is pretty hard to read on the water still. So it's going to be a tough race course. Configuration-wise, same setup as day 1. So light air T-foils that have been a game changer to light air foiling. And the back of the F50, we've got those light air rudders on for maximum lift. In the air, we've got the 27 7.5-meter wing sail. So this light air wing providing plenty of power. And at the front of the boat, we also have J1, so the biggest front sail as well. The F50s are fully powered up, but we've only got 4 people on board to try optimize for the conditions. So it's all on for the final day here in Abu Dhabi.
All right, thank you very much, LD. Much more from you throughout the day. And one team we have not spoken with, a team that a lot of people think will excel and do well here today, the Black Foils of New Zealand. Their wing trimmer, Olympic gold medalist Blair too, kind enough to give us a few minutes before the start of racing today. We got his thoughts.
We're happy with how we went yesterday, and today is the day we've been looking forward to all season. So we've got ourselves in with the shot. We've got to, first and foremost, we've got to make that final. So that's the first mission. Still got a sniff at the end of the season overall points. We talked about that. We want to win that as well. And then if we get a chance in the final dance, then we'll give it a heck of a good shot. The group's grown hugely throughout the season. Really proud of the whole group, how we've hung tough at moments that have challenged us, and then really grown throughout. And now we're in with the shot as we head into the final dance today. So we're looking forward to it. Go out there and do ourselves proud, and see what we can do.
And now we are all up to speed and ready to go racing in just about 2 minutes' time. Let's take a look at the current standings right now. 11 events complete and 4 fleet races yesterday, and the drama continues to build. It's the Black Foils on 86 points, even with Emirates GBR, and the Bonds Flying Ruse on 84 points clear of Los Gallos. So, Stevie, Hannah, who do you like coming into this one?
Well, I just think the British are now in the final. The Spanish can't catch them from here. That's basically done and dusted. And I just think Burling's looking very strong, and Slingsby, well, I think he's already out there hunting the Spanish. Seeing in the background there that the Spanish and the Australians are pretty close together, and we got from Sam Newton, it's a fight, isn't it?
Yeah, with only 2 races left to go before the teams wanting to qualify for the grand final know their positions. The Spanish are really running out of time, so they're going to have to put their best foot forward straight away today.
10 points to the winner, all the way down to no points for 11th and 12th as we come up on 1:12 to go. And then we'll get the 1-minute klaxon fire up, and look at the British little lady in the box, and look how tight it is as everyone goes to the back and then cycles their way through. It is fully on here at Abu Dhabi.
Well, Australia were chasing the Spanish in there, but both teams found a way out. Slingsby still tries to chase him. That's a brick wall, Tom. Careful. Oh, he's managed to spin the boat, but the Spanish trying to run away from the Australians. Not only have you got to beat 11 other of the best teams in the world, you've got the all-time most successful team. Oh, boundary penalty. Australia, though, he's pushed it too hard. Didn't keep clear. A windward boat keeps clear. Oh, it was a windward boat keep clear. It wasn't boundary. Oh, that's massive. They're going to have to start behind the fleet unless they can clear this penalty with a couple of manoeuvres.
Let's tack over. Just a 2-tack.
You can do 2 tacks. You turn the boat through the wind twice. That's one way of clearing the penalty. He thinks he's got enough time to do that, and then still hopefully have a run up at the start line. Italy lead the fleet back though well at the moment. Canada well positioned at the top of the line here. They should be able to really wind it up. Black Foils are in the middle of the pack. Switzerland turn the boat towards the line. It's all about acceleration. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Line's going to turn right. We're racing. Switzerland are absolutely on the money, as a North Star Canada. And North Star Canada first to the foils. They should fly over the fleet from here to Mark 1.
And we are off and running. The final Super Sunday of the 2025 season.
Those guys are in the inside, Todd. They're going to struggle to get round without a lot of boats ahead of them.
North Star Canada gets the whole shot. Germany, Deutsche Bank looking good. Red Bull, Italy, and then France.
So tight, Mark 1. The Spanish are back in the pack again. Fletcher's rolling over the top. Black Foils are not on the foils. They've come down off the foils there. As soon as you're back in the pack, Hannah, it's just so hard to find that space to be fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of disturb there, especially as all the teams converge at Mark 1. So if you can get up and foil it, it's a big advantage. But that first manoeuvre, all important to lead the way back to gate 2.
North Star Canada, huge opportunity. Gate 2's big. It's very far apart, the marks.
Left gate's easy. Let's stay on the foil. Fleet's going to be coming back out. I think clearer air is left turn.
Keep it simple. That seems like a good strategy to me from board the North Star Canada team there. They're saying there's potentially less distance to turn right, but let's just stay on the foil, stay fast as we see a bit of a penalty on board the British boat there. Potentially relative to the French, so they're going to have to kill a bit of distance.
So as we crunch these numbers, Stevie, you see Australia sitting in 11th place right now. Spain is currently sitting in 7th. And this is the all-important race. You've already mentioned Emirates GBR and the Blackfalls of New Zealand. They're pretty much safely in that grand final. It's down to 2 boats.
It's down to 2, but I think what we've got to keep in mind on here is those penalty points that the Swiss got for the collision and Brazil also picked up means the pack, the overall points are so tight. Now, what Spain need is to finish 3 places with 3 boats in between themselves and the Australians in the overall rankings. Not just in one race, but in the overall of these next 2 races. New Zealand have a boundary penalty. They've got to get rid of that. They're going to lose 20 metres relative to people. That should come off quite easily, I'd have thought. But Los Gallos have got boats between themselves, Australia, but it's all about what they can do on the ladder here.
Just go straight.
They're still behind the race to the grand final at the moment. Oh, Spain, that must have been boat on boat with Canada. They didn't see them. It's so hard with less people on board.
All kinds of different modes out of the water. There you see Los Gallos, Spain. The defending champions from last year, up and foiling. Henley has still not gone away. Yesterday raced with 3 people on board. Today, because of the breeze, they are up to 4.
And it's still hard to see. When you're low on numbers, it's hard seeing everything, isn't it, Anna, ultimately? I mean, just knowing where all these other boats are on the course is pretty confusing.
Yeah, there's plenty of jobs on board just to do to keep the boat sailing, and someone's got to be keeping their eye out for other boats where you are on the course. So these sailors are going to be busy when they're sailing 4 up.
This is leg 3 of 6, race number 5. One more fleet race before the grand final. North Star Canada has the lead. Had a decent day yesterday. Canada came in with some solid results, finishing 2nd in race number 1. They dropped back to 6th in race number 2. Race number 3, they fell all the way down. And then it was race number 4 where the Canadians finished in 9th.
British here have managed to find some space and they're going fast. Lisa, the breeze out there, is it really patchy? It seems like the British are on a charge at the moment.
Yeah, it's super patchy out here, so you might be in one bit of breeze and somebody 50 metres away from you is in a different point of breeze. But in general, where the British went, seems like there's more pressure out that way. But really, it's about getting clear air, finding some space, just so you can pop on the foils. Not many people are nailing the foiling manoeuvres out here. It's very much a touch and go, so a lot of technique involved.
There you see Emirates GBR. They have moved up to 3rd place. You saw Hannah Mills, the strategist, manning the handles. North Star Canada, Giles Scott leads this race. And Germany, Deutsche Bank, one of the hottest teams in SailGP over the last few events. They currently sit in 2nd.
Yeah, right away with the British here, but they choose to turn directly in front of the Canadians. They're going to really throw some disturbed wind onto the Canadian boat. Hope to stop them foiling from here. France at the top of the screen have space and have the right of way, but they're going to need to get foiling to get themselves back in it. 4 boats, absolutely nothing between them here. France could well lead at gate 3.
Take some line early if you want. Got plenty of power in the bank.
We had Dylan Fletcher say earlier they were looking to go 1 and in right turns, so we really hope to cross the French here with no issues.
Top 3 teams right now going H1, 1 hole in the air as they approach this 3rd gate.
On the mark.
You just saw the sort of white flakes coming off the wing there. That's not a glitch in the system. The matrix is not broken, glad to say. That's just sort of demonstrating where the disturbed air comes off the wind. If you're in that area behind and downwind of the British, you'd be getting less wind, less horsepower, and potentially going a lot slower. Late move by Canada. Didn't feel like they saw them there. They've absolutely parked. Should have seen the French earlier. Costly arrow. Big turn down for Germany as well. Contant de la Pierre is back in the game. And as we can see in the background, well, Australia are up to 9th, and I think that means they'll be starting to eat back into the Spanish's advantage. And Rockwool Denmark 11th. I thought it was nearly impossible for the Danish to lose this event, and they're trying. Come on, Nikolai, don't do it to me.
They had a massive lead coming today. This is for the event win, not the overall grand final. But Rockwool Denmark, they can salvage the season, Hannah. Really winning this event overall, they get $800,000.
Yeah, they've had plenty of good Saturdays before, but Nikolai's so aware that their Sundays haven't been so strong, so it'd be a shame to see them drop out from the lead at this point. We were working hard to catch up through the fleet here.
I don't think we go for it today. I think we just hold. Go H1.
That still sounds pretty calm on board. Hopefully they weren't out celebrating in Abu Dhabi last night too early. That's all I can say. What's interesting for me here, let's think about the grand final, which we've got to think Emirates GBR are going to be in right now. And of course, they're Spain and Australia. That battle between those boats. Sainsbury's got the Aroos going fast here. They're back in the game, reassuring for Australian fans. First time we've seen a British boat out in the lead, though, Todd, and they're looking pretty quick. It's the first time one of the top boats has been in the front of the fleet.
Point number 6-7. as Spain has moved in front by one spot over the Bonds Flying Roos, and once again, Tom Slingsby. Remember, folks, he started the back of the pack because of the penalty in the start box. He has gone from 12th to 7th.
And actually gained. If you look at that race to the grand final, it was down to 4 points. It's now up to 5 because Slingsby's improved his overall performance.
A real good pressure coming down this side. I don't think it's worth 2 drives from here, don't you?
There we go. The team talk there brought to us by MasterCard, getting us on board the boat with Dylan Fletcher. They're saying it's worth doing a couple of extra manoeuvres. That's how patchy the wind is. They're trying to find these extra areas of wind on the course. We heard before the racing, Stuart Bithell, the wind trimmer on the German boat, said you need your lucky pants on today because it's not very easy to find that wind. But the British seem pretty confident it's that way. Aggressive manoeuvring, and it's a big rotation in the wind to the left. So good move by the British.
So gate 4, the DP World Gate. It finds Emirates GBR out in front. North Star Canada has dropped back to second place. Germany Deutsche Bank, they sit in third. And here comes Content de Livier, the French, rounding out the top 4. And then a big gap back to fifth. And Phil Robertson in Red Bull Italy.
Good attack as well, that hand. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. And I think, they're happy to throw in small manoeuvres for those teams who are looking at the grand final. They're trying to learn the course, really push the limits of the boat because they've got the big race coming up later.
And look at this, Australia, the Bonds Flying Roos. They have moved up ahead of Spain, so maximum effort for the Aussies, Stevie, as they put the pressure on Los Gallos, the defending champions from last year.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Spain have really got to travel places on this race course if they want to get past them, and they can't have the Australians ahead of them in the overalls or in this race even. So this is disastrous news for the Spanish team. Defending champions, remember, but as Juan Cardona suggested in that interview, they're up against the 3-time champions. So not an easy fight to find yourself in.
All kinds of great stories going on here. Leg 5 of 6. This is the first fleet race today. We've got one more, and then it's the 3-boat grand final. You've got Emirates GBR, the most consistent team on the year. They are leading race number 5. Canada's dropped back to second. Then you've got the battle between Australia and Spain. The Australians have moved ahead of Los Gallos, Spain. And then you have Denmark, who was leading coming into this in line to win $800,000. And Stevie, they are in 12th. They are in jeopardy of flushing the mouse and missing out again.
I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? But that's just what this racing's like. It's so tight. And that's where it's a slightly different game here. As we see the British, they turn, they're going to head in towards the Emirates finish line now. And it's been a clinical race when they got a bit of space.
So it's Emirates GBR that will bring it home. And what a way to set themselves up for a possible showdown in the 3-boat grand final. The Emirates winning moment goes the way of Emirates GBR.
Well, that's the first time all weekend they've... how good it is to be full, and I'm with you on that one, Dylan. Absolutely with you. North Star Canada, good result for them, and that'll really see them move up the leaderboard, that is for sure, in terms of the event here in Abu Dhabi, Don. That'll be their goal, that $800,000 they'll be trying to chase that down. Yeah, Denmark, unbelievable, really. Really struggling, as a Spain. Spain seems to have come off the foils. 7th place at the moment, but just not doing what they need to get back past that Australian boat.
So Giles Scott and North Star Canada bring it across the line. They finished in 2nd place officially. Now the battle on for a top 3 finish. And it looks like Germany Deutsche Bank just holding off the French as they come around that last gate. And it looks like, yes, it will be Germany Deutsche Bank ahead of France, and that will be 3 and 4.
Very much in the game, and I keep saying it to them. I mean, Germany, the form they found in the back half of this season, they're literally top three standard at the moment.
No question about it. They win the event in Geneva, Switzerland, event number 10, and event number 11 in Cadiz. They come off and finish a top 3.
Denmark up to 10th. They've made a little gain on this downwind leg here. Australia and Spain. Spain look like they've got past Australia. Middle of our screen. Spain own the mark on the right turn, but the Roos are foiling. I think Slingsby's going to do the Slingsby slingshot. He should fly right round the outside of the Spanish here. Can he stay fast enough? He's going to be going nearly 3 times the speed of that Spanish boat. Flying, not flying. There's your gains.
And it's quite literally the Bonds of Flying Roos that go past the champions from last year. And that may be the proverbial nail in the coffin right there.
I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's impossible. I'm not that good at maths, but we'll find out. I think basically that overtake there could see the Bonds Flying Roos pretty much put their place in the final.
With just one more fleet race to go and 10 points available, it is Australia who started dead last. They finish in 6th. 1 spot ahead of Los Gallos, Spain. So what a way to start things off here in Abu Dhabi at the 2025 season grand final.
That's right there.
And the Kiwis will come across in 8th place, so no real harm done to them. Just something you can't say about Pete Burling's trigger figure as he continues to soldier on in that driver position. It'll be Martina Grail and Mubutla Brazil. Stevie comes in 9th. Hannah, Rockwell, Denmark, for my money, the big losers in this race.
Yeah, really disappointing race from them. They've got one more race to see if they can take home that event final here in Abu Dhabi, but they're going to be asking some questions for sure because this is becoming a pattern on a Sunday.
Yeah, but they've got a point. Yeah, and they don't need many points, so that point's crucial, and especially with the Swiss and USA, I think they were 3rd and 4th overall before today. So, you know, that's another teams that they're really challenging with that have had bad races. So, yes, some things to think about on board that Danish boat, but maybe, just maybe, they're keeping the fans on tenterhooks until this last race.
You look at Denmark's day one report card, they got a 3rd, a 1st, a 1st, and a 2nd. So to start off today with a 10th.
So I get a picture.
See the red powers in the middle. New flight controller. First real day actually flying the boat, I'd say. So he's got a lot to learn.
US Sail GP comes across in 11th place, which means they pick up no points. Nor does Swiss as they cross the line in 12th. So only the top 10 teams get points. 11 and 12. Quick debrief. Find out what you can do better for the 6th and final fleet race here in season 2025.
Disappointing for the Swiss after that penalty. I wonder how much that sort of shook them up really with that incident at the start line in the last race they did yesterday, because they've been sailing great, you know.
So the Swiss across, all 12 teams safely home as they now go through their debrief and get ready for the final fleet race of the season. And we can take a look at the current standings right now. Rockwell, Denmark does pick up 1 point, so they have a 10-point lead over Red Bull Italy, North Star Canada in a top 3 position, and then Germany, Deutsche, Emirates, GBR, Switzerland, and Le Bleu France, your top 6 with US Sail GP in 8th. So the Americans in 8th place, just ahead of the Black Bulls with one more race to go. We now take it down on the water. Emirates GBR, Dylan Fletcher. Dylan, you guys didn't need the win, but this has got to feel pretty nice. Not only foiling, but the momentum carrying you into a showdown in the grand final.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic today. You know, it's showing what these boats are capable of foiling. So yeah, hopefully another 2 good races for us.
Dylan, last night when you finished the racing, you suggested that you were feeling like you were a bit slow out there. Obviously, you're going to go a lot faster when you're near the front of the fleet, but have you made some big changes overnight?
Yeah, I think the main change to be fair, Stevie, is with foiling. So, you know, we definitely enjoy that a little more than the drifting around yesterday. So,
Dylan, appreciate the time. Good luck to you in the next fleet race and beyond. Dylan Fletcher, the driver for Emirates GBR. Let's go back to the highlights once again. Hannah, I thought this thing was all done and dusted for the Australians as they get the penalty in the back of the fleet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for most teams, you'd expect if you're taking a penalty and you're that far behind the rest of the fleet at start time, there would be no way back. But if anyone can crawl back, it's going to be Tom Slingsby and his Bonds Flying Rouge team. Great start from North Star Canada. They've had a couple of them this weekend, and they sort of kept fighting at the front of the fleet. But it was Emirates GBR who just found a bit of extra space on the course, stayed on the lifted tack, sailing the shortest distance to get them ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there was opportunities around the course, but it still shows it's hard in the pack. It's so many more boats up and off the foils. Looking ahead to that grand final, there will be more space. We now know the British team in a bit of space are fast. Are the other teams able to be as quick as that? But for Emirates, it was a brilliant, brilliant race to get the confidence back.
Big sigh of relief for the Brits as they get on form, and Tom Slingsby once again doing Tom Slingsby kind of things as they salvage a top 6 position and pick up some very valuable points. And there are your Emirates flag times. What a job at 72.6% for the Aussies. So there are the season standings as they are right now, and that would be your grand final. Not a big shocker, Stevie, but it looked like those guys would have an opportunity, but as we said, they may have just run out of too much. Not enough time now.
No, I think, ultimately they're going to go out and win the race, try and finish the season with a bit of pride, and I suppose if Australia get no points, it'll still be really, really tight. But yes, that feels a little unlikely, Todd.
Take one last deep breath and get ready for the 6th and final fleet race of the season, as all the teams will have it to play for, and there'll be certainly some teams that will want to protect the asset. The final race coming up here, the 2025 season grand final in Abu Dhabi.
Mubadala and Zeljko making waves together.
The Impact League is SailGP's award-winning championship that tracks and celebrates teams' positive actions on and off the water. And after 48 project submissions, 20 judges and 114 hours of judging, the 2025 Impact League trophy has been awarded to Emirates GBR.
Quite emotional, actually, just the amount of work and energy the team put into the Impact League, and so to actually be able to win twice in a row, yeah, it's phenomenal.
A huge effort from everyone involved, and just really proud for the team.
Their season-long campaign was marked by podium performances in each of the 4 focus area challenges, spanning social and environmental impact across the season.
VR had a solid, structured program. I just love the well-rounded approach, in female empowerment, the webinars, the workshops, really great media reach and social media coverage.
Results of the team's efforts included the expansion of their young development program, enabling athlete Kai Hockley to secure a full-time position with Emirates GBR.
It's just great, giving me an opportunity to break into the team, but also showing other people from where I come from that there is a position for us in sailing.
The team also drove waste reduction by rebranding and reusing existing kit and engaged 250,000 young people in climate education, alongside the continued generation of clean power with low carbon's portable solar installation. Mubadala Brazil came second overall with an astonishing restoration program on Pombeda Island, Rio de Janeiro. North Star Canada rounded out the podium with their notable community eelgrass project and their We Can Foil program in Canada.
Hopefully we can be here again in a year's time, but at the moment we'll just enjoy this one.
Mubadala and Zeljko making waves together.
Flying carbon machines, driven by the world's best, yes. Powered by nature, we all Zeljko.
Abu Dhabi is where the future rises from a proud maritime past. For generations, these waters shaped a culture of exploration, pearl diving, and seafaring spirit. Today, that same passion powers world-class innovation, luxury, and adventure. From pristine beaches and vibrant waterfronts to iconic landmarks and unforgettable desert escapes. As Zeljko takes flight across these historic shores, the perfect place to relax and explore. And we have reached the 6th and final fleet race, now 140 away from the start of this one as the teams get themselves into position. We take a look at the event standings right now. It is still Denmark's race to lose at the 800,000, Hannah, but man, the way they performed in the last one, they don't have a big margin for error. They cannot have another dead last.
Yeah, that's right. They've got a 10-point lead still, which, is pretty sizable for this point in the regatta. But we heard Nikolai say that he didn't really know where they are in the time back to the start. So they'll be looking to repeat what they did yesterday, get off the start line really well. And it's so much easier to get clear air when you're at the front of the fleet.
Well, yeah, and ultimately they need 1 point. Yes. 1 point, and Italy have to win the race. So if either of those things... Well, if Italy don't win the race, Rock will win. So Rockwell point, they win anyway.
Rockwell, Denmark looking for 1 single point. That will give them the event win and $800,000, and then the field will be cut to only the top 3 teams on points through the season, and then it will be the big showdown for the grand final and $2 million. So here we go. Spain taking a odd route to get into the start box.
Well, they're watching out for Australia, look, and of course Australia, it's all about that. Australia are going to just try and stick to Diego Botí's Spanish team like do. Right away, Spain here. Bons Flying Rouge need to keep clear. Bons Flying Rouge will manoeuvre and try and get overlap with the Spanish boat to be able to hold them up here. So Spain are trying to run away. They're off the top of the course. He's got to watch out. The Bons Flying Rouge will come back at them here. Black Foils could play spoiler for the Spanish as well, because I don't see a gap at the top of the line this time. Emirates GBR have got space lower down the line. Italy well positioned. Rockwool, Denmark well positioned at the moment. Of course, we're waiting for that line to turn wide, but Emirates GBR are going to have to see how that timing goes for them. Italy look a little early.
This is the umpire's early start penalty. Italy, GBR, Brazil.
Oh, GBR were early there, and the Italians, I thought they looked pretty close pretty early. France are going to struggle to accelerate. Rockwool Denmark should punch out the middle here. If they can pop onto the foils, then they're going to take the event win in Abu Dhabi. France are well positioned. Oh, and the Delapierre takes the boat off, but at the same time, Rockwool Denmark are in the air, and I think it should be Rockwool leading at Mark 1 from here.
Bearing away in 5. Bearing away in 3, 2, 1. Bearing away.
In the final fleet race of the French in second, and Taylor Canfield in USLGP in third.
Los Gaios are in the mix, fifth. They have to win the race, simple as that. But I think they need teams like France and USA to have bad ones. So it doesn't look good, but the Australians, the Bonds Flying Rouge, are way out the back. How can Rockwool stick this manoeuvre?
Canada, the Spanish somehow avoided the clutches of Tom Slingsby and the Bonds Flying Rouge, so they've got a little bit of open water now in fifth place, and knowing that the Bonds Flying Rouge are in the back, you know they're getting the data from shore.
Yeah, they did really well there to find a space at the top of the line, but it's not over for them yet. They've really got to stick their position in the fleet. Like Stevie said, they have to probably get ahead of the US and France and hope that the Bonds Flying Rouge can't climb up the fleet like they have been so good at doing.
And Sail GP powered by Mother Nature, so let's get a report on nature. Lisa Darmanin, you're down on the water. What can we see over the next 15 minutes as far as conditions?
I would say that the wind has dropped just a little bit, which means that these foiling maneuvers are actually harder than they've ever been. It is getting a little bit more patchy out here. So if it looks hard, it's actually getting harder out here. And very impressed to see the Spanish coming away with that. There's so many battles within the fleet, but it is tough racing out here for all of the teams, and it's getting trickier and trickier for this grand final.
This could come down to just a point or two, Stevie, because the Spanish have done exactly what they needed to do. Now, if they can go past the USA and Denmark,
I guess don't hurt New Zealand or USA. That came about.
So that's Ben Durham, coach of the Australian there on the MasterCard team talk, and he's basically saying we want USA and New Zealand in the mix because it makes it hard for Spain to overtake them, and it's all about boats between Spain and Australia in the overall. This is good news for the Spanish, but they've got a lot of work to do.
good news for the Spanish, good news for Rockwool Denmark, as they currently sit in a position to claim the event win at $800,000. But as it stands right now, Spain is 3 points out of that grand final and a chance at $2 million of defending their title from last year.
Yeah, it all depends how tight the event standings are, though, because if Spain are only 1 point off of getting a place up, then they could get back in the game. It's very complicated match here. So where's Spain on that list? 20. They need to get up to 7. They need 4 points gained. So really, they need Germany to lose a place as well, already out the back of the pack. Spain have got to win the race. Simple as that. They've got to find a rabbit from a hat.
Boats apart. And can you press table, probably?
As soon as you go back through the fleet handler, it's hard to know where everyone is, but also how on earth do you know where those bits of disturbed air are? Because you can see they're just struggling to get back foiling again.
Yeah, there's been a huge separation already. We can see the leaders of the pack almost halfway up that next leg, with the back of the pack still struggling to get downwind all of that disturbed air. For the Spanish, they've just got to focus on sailing their boat and hope that the cards fall in their favour.
Could have the right of way as they come back together with the Frenchies. So they're going to be right in the match to win this race. 80 metres off the lead, it's showing as Spain have the right of way, but France are about to foil. It's getting back into the breeze. France are foiling. Rockwool Denmark are foiling. Spain needs to get foiling quick, and then it's going to be game on in the race to gate 3.
Halfway through the 6th and final fleet race, there you see the Rolex chasing time as Spain and France are locked into a battle now, up to 12 seconds separating them. And as Stevie's point plays out, those guys need to pick up another spot, and they need Australia to stay in the back of the pack and not pick up a point.
I mean, you see, like, the 3 of the best teams, Emirates, GBR, Black Foils, Australia, all of them just so far behind. As you say, you fall off the foil. That's what's so exciting, I think, when you can fall off the foils, but it's that little bit lighter. 14 kilometres an hour is a great number, because you know you can get foiling when you're in space, but any mistake, you're going to get punished.
Up and foiling.
Got to stick this manoeuvre if they want to catch those boats ahead. Looks like he's going for a landing on one hull. He has done. High exit, we heard him say. They've lost distance to Rockwool Denmark. There's better breeze. You can see the darker patches on the water there. That's what the sailors are looking for. The darker bits of water suggest more wind. You can't see the actual wind. You can just see its effect on the water. And it looks like Rockwool Denmark's read that racetrack beautifully at the top end. Big game. Bad news for the Spanish.
And Content de la Pierre and the French around the gate as well in second. So what was a tight race between France and Spain has now grown, and Spain now back up and fully. And this will be interesting, Stevie, hand inside which side they can go to.
Just got to split, haven't you, Hannah?
Yeah, I think so. And there's actually quite a lot of space. They turn right here. They've got a long way to the boundary, which gives them a much better chance of sticking that manoeuvre when they drive into potentially some disturbed air when they come back in contact with the fleet.
I think in any of these races, you see there, John Rodriguez, there, the flight controller, he'll be enjoying getting his hands on the tools. That is for sure, flying that boat. But if you're behind, you want separation, Todd. So you've got to sort of take it, a bit of space. If you just follow them, it's really, really unlikely because even if you catch them up, you end up in disturbed wind and then you're going to go slower again. So Spain have made the right call, but basically they're relying on Lady Luck right now.
Lady Liberty right behind them with Taylor Canfield and US Sail GP slotted in 4th place right now. It is all about Spain, it is all about Australia, and it's all about Rockwell, Denmark trying to pick up the event win here. If they can hold on to this position, they'll get it done, and the $800,000, and then it'll be the 3-boat showdown, which right now looks to be New Zealand, Emirates, Great Britain, and the Australians, the Bonds Flying Roos.
Todd, how many times when I talk about these finals, I keep thinking about momentum. We see the results on the left there, and it's what reading for the Danish has been clinical, but for Spain, well, it's no good. They've got to get up 4 more points to get to where Switzerland are if they're going to have a hope of making the overtake, and I just can't really see that happening right now for them, unfortunately. So they're putting
looks like they're putting a good race in, but so is Nikolai Sehested and so is Content de la Pierre.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Spanish didn't have a great start, is the reality. They were 5th at Mark 1, and as soon as you're back there, then it is hard. You're racing the other best sailors in the world, so people aren't making silly errors out there really on the race course, especially when you get through. But look at this, Rottler about to lack the Australians.
Oh, and it's 2 points right now between the Spanish and the Bonds Flying Roos. Henny, if you're Tom Slingsby in Australia, are you saying our work here is done? We've done enough to keep the Spanish out of that top 2 positions. They can't catch us. Let's just bring this thing home.
I think on a day like today, when it's so hard to land these manoeuvres, actually your head can become quite focused in on sailing your own boat. So they'll be keeping an eye on where the Spanish are, but actually, if they're in 12, they know that it's not in their control at the moment. So they'll just be working as hard as they can to catch up with the fleet.
I'll tell you something. He'll be thinking, how have I sailed this badly and I'm still in the grand final? That's the reality. I mean, the Australians, it's unbelievable to see them sailing like this. And we talk about momentum being so key going into the grand final. If he pulls himself off the canvas, and I feel like the Australians right now are on the canvas a little bit, because it's not their doing that they're getting to the final. It's just because Spain haven't managed to put things together enough.
But it would be an Australian kind of thing for them to get barely into that grand final, Stevie, and walk away with $2 million.
I'm not counting out Tom Slingsby. If you heard that, Todd, then that's definitely the mishearing. As the French are going to get the last race of the season with a win, though.
And as they come through the final gate and spin it around, it will be Content de la Pierre and Team France that get the final fleet race win of 2025. Take a bow, Content de la Pierre. The Emirates winning moment goes the way of France.
Spain have made a gain on Rockwell, Denmark here, but they've got the right of way. They've got to turn, and once again, Rockwell will be quicker. Rockwell should roll round the top of them. Spain nearly gave himself a chance here, but I think that moment right there will be the points that Spain, well, they definitely... Oh, wow, close right of way. Emirates GBR coming on downwind. Rockwell, Denmark. Oh, that would have been so Rockwell, Denmark for things to have gone pear-shaped there on the final leg to the finish. But let's take a moment for Nikolai Sehested, I think, really, because what a fantastic performance after a tough middle of the season, and they've just done a great... I mean, this event, they have been absolutely superb.
So Nikolai Sehested and the team can celebrate an event win, their first, as they bring it home, and there will be an $800,000 prize for the Danes.
Nice work, guys. Good race. Guys. I feel like it's been a good season for them, Todd, still. I mean, of course they'll be disappointed by just missing out on the grand final. They'll be dejected, defending champions. But remember, they've put in a good performance, and they've shown they're in that match. They're one of the big players.
And I think you look back to day number 1, Steve, who said this so many times, you can't win the event on day 1, but you could lose it. And you look at Spain's report card day 1, a 12th, no points, and an 11th, no points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably, I sound harsh, but I feel like everyone's tried to lose it. Really. No one's really made me think, I know who's going to win this grand final, because I've not seen any of them sailing all that well.
Taylor Canfield, US Sail GP team, they will finish in 4th place. A nice upward trend for the Americans here on the final day of racing. So they start looking towards season 6 in 2026, which will be Perth coming up January 17th and 18th. That'll be the Oracle Perth Sail Grand Prix. Exciting times there, but we still have one more big race to come, and that is the grand final with $2 million on the line.
I think something for us to think about. I think we should start thinking about that grand final now. It's a massive difference, Hannah, isn't it? With just 3 boats on the racecourse. So where we're seeing boats not on the foils, not on the foils. As soon as you've got that space out there on the tight moment here, black foils need to keep their eyes out. We don't need any of that unscripted drama at the end of the race. But yeah, as soon as there's a bit more space, we can anticipate all the 3 boats in the grand final being out of foil around the racetrack. And then it comes down to a bit more of a motorsport race.
Yeah, that's right. One of the reasons they're not able to stick these manoeuvres here is just because of the inconsistency of the breeze coming when it's having to navigate through all of the different wing sails of all the boats on the course. So I'd expect to see a lot more foiling manoeuvres and the boats stay up on the foil for the duration of the race. So it's going to be a lot about the start and, like you said, boat speed race.
Perfect picture illustrating your point, Hannah. You see the Mance Flying Rouge team coming in 10th place. Their work is done, but they're up and fully no problem. And Emirates GBR and Red Bull Italy just in an H1 mode, so only able to get 1 pole up and out of the water. So a nice finish for Dylan Fletcher and the Brits' most consistent team in season 5. They will finish the fleet racing with a 5th place, and now they will get ready for the grand final.
Well, this will be they'll have won the season, won't it, as well? They'll be at the top of the leaderboard for the whole season.
Lottery.
Oh, come on, Dill. I'm sure it's going to be a lottery, mate, but he's in it, so they're going to be very, very happy.
Well, the Rolex Sail GP Championship 2025 season points leader will go to Emirates GBR and the additional $400,000.
Well, the only lottery I get to play for millions of dollars, there's about 300,000 or 400,000 people in it, so at least you're in a best of 3, aren't you, Dylan? Come on, mate.
Thanks. Good job, guys. Good job.
And Italy will come across in 6th place with Phil Robertson taking over the wheel from Ruggiero Tito. North Star Canada finishes in 7th.
I think the Italians, I mean, that's pretty encouraging. First event for Phil Robertson back, and we'll wait and see those overall leaderboards. But I think, if my maths are right, which sometimes they aren't, they might well be 2nd overall in this event. So that would be pretty huge for the Italian team to pull that out of the bag.
Always going like the short way.
Gives the teams a little bit of extra time ready for the grand finals. We go on board the Bonds Flying Rouge. Tom Slingsby on the right-hand side of the screen. At this point, he's got to be told by the shore crew that you guys are in. You're good. You're safe.
Yeah, I think if I was coaching them, I'd be whipping them to make sure they were getting a bit sharper for this final.
Pressure after the mark. I can hear, mate.
As the final boats continue to make their way around the final few legs of the course, it is official. It will be the Bonds Flying Rouge, Emirates GBR, and the Black Foals of New Zealand, who are now crossing the line in 8th. They will face off in a 3-boat winner-take-all grand final for $2 million. So Pete Burley and the Black Foals are home safely. Now they can do the debrief and get ready for the grand final and the big showdown. Let's go back to the highlights, guys. Once again, the start was critical as the Aussies, Hannah, were just tracking down Los Gallos.
Yeah, and they almost lost contact with Los Gallos. I think for me, the Spanish were really lucky to find a space at the top end of the line here, but they were definitely slower, which allowed some of the teams who were just in front of them to get a bit of a jump, take the lead at Mark 1.
Yeah, and I mean, it's from there it just sort of stretched out. Spain did a nice job of moving their way back through the fleet, but it wasn't really a story of this race for Spain. It was a story, as you say, of day 1 where they left too much to be done. But I think for me, this race, it was really just seeing, firstly, how, the defending champions did themselves proud, but Rottwell, Denmark, first ever event win for Rottwell, Denmark. I mean, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And after giving us the classic wobble in the first race today, they got it done in that last one very clinically.
Yeah, and they've really shown how when they can come well off the start line, they can race really, really well. And it's just, showing us how crucial it is to be able to get off that start line well. Puts you in such good stead for leading for the rest of the race.
And with a bit of consistent breeze, we did have some decent fly time. The Emirates Fly Time Award goes to Content Delapierre and France, 83.8%. So that is much better than what we anticipated with the forecast coming into Abu Dhabi. Well done to the French team for getting that done. So 6 fleet races are complete, and the event standings look like this. It will be Rockwell, Denmark, winners of the Wubunla Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix 2025 season grand final. They will get the extra $800,000 for winning the event. Their first ever event win. Of course, there's not the 3-boat final for that, but it will be the grand final. But Nikolai said, Stevie, maybe made it a little closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, they sailed fantastically, and I mean, maybe it'd be bittersweet winning one of these things without a 3-boat final, but they'll absolutely take it.
And they have already made their way on shore. They get the win. They get the event wheel. And congratulations to Rockwell, Denmark, Nikolai Sehested and his crew doing a fantastic job. Tom Johnson, Kahena Coons, all the team members now in the photo. What a great way, Hannah, to finish the season. They get the event win here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, they'll be really happy with that. And after coming so close to making so many finals throughout this season, this is just going to be the perfect way to set them up for next season for sure.
And it now is official. After 12 events, we have our 3 finalists for the grand final here in Abu Dhabi. And it will be Emirates GBR, the Blackfools of New Zealand, and the Bonds Flying Roos that have punched their ticket into a winner-take-all $2 million race. What a beautiful day, and what a way to finish the Mubadala Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix. We're back with the grand final in a moment. Beautiful scenes here as the fans continue to flood the shoreline to watch the big showdown with a lot of money on the line. Once again, 2 million reasons to stick around.
Mubadala and Sail GP making waves together.
And as we begin to look towards Season 6 of the 2026 season, there will be an additional team joining the fleet with a very familiar face at the helm. Nathan Outteridge returns to Sail GP as the driver for the Swedish team Artemis Racing, and that is one beautiful boat. And we are now joined by the aforementioned Wind Whisperer, Nathan Outteridge. Nathan, welcome back to Sail GP. Your thoughts as you get ready to race in, just a little over a month and a half's time.
Yeah, g'day Todd. It's quite a stressful day in the coach's booth. I've been sitting up the back watching people thump the tables as things aren't going their way, but it's amazing to see the boats out and foiling and some really good action, and now it's time for these 3 teams to turn their attention to the main event.
Well, Nathan, you've been in that main event, and I know very well that you'll want to be there and probably expect to be there next year. But right now, you're a pundit. Who's winning the $2 million, and what's the play in the pre-start that you think you need to do to win?
It's too hard to say who's going to win, but I think if you can avoid the other boats in the pre-start, that's going to make a big difference. We saw in the final in San Francisco last year, Spain were able to be free, be able to be fast at the line, and I think that's really critical for a really good performance here. I'm pretty sure Slingsby's got a bit of rage going on at the moment after that final race, so he's going to come out firing. Dylan sounds pretty composed after a pretty good day, and you can never underrate Peter Burling. I'm sure it's going to be a tough final, and whoever gets it falling off the line is going to be in good shape.
All right, Nathan, if the sailing thing doesn't work out for you, you always still got your sailing cap and your announcing cap on, so we welcome you, and we wish you the best of luck, and we will see you in Perth in about 6 weeks' time. So there it is, Artemis Racing. You will see it coming up January 17th and 18th as they make their debut at the Oracle Pearl Sail Grand Prix.
Mubadala and Sail GP making waves together.
Flying carbon machines, driven by the world's best. Yes, powered by nature, powered by nature. We are Sail GP.
It's all smiles here in Abu Dhabi as we bring down the curtain with the grand final coming up next, presented by the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. And there they are, the 3 finalists for the grand final. 2 million reasons to be, just a little bit nervous. They are 3-time champions in Sail GP, the Aussies, the Bonds Flying Roos, maybe one of the most talented squads out there. And they will be going head-to-head with the Blackfools under the guidance of Peter Burling, and, of course, Emirates GBR and Dylan Fletcher. And somehow, some way, despite only winning 1 event this year, the Bonds Flying Roos are in the grand final.
What a start by Slingsby. They're absolutely flying on board Australia here.
The Emirates winning moment goes the way of the Australians.
Advantage Slingsby at the moment. Oh, disaster for Australia. The wing's fallen down. So what we're witnessing here is pure boat speed. Perfect from the ruse, and Slingsby, when he needs to pull a rabbit from a hat, he's done it.
They somehow salvaged dead last positions of mark number 1 and turned them into top 5 positions.
SailGP is the #1 sailing league in the world right now. There's no real comparison. If you win SailGP, you're the best sailing country in the world.
And despite the crew, the happiest members of this team, Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, watching on as we go on board with Tom Slingsby. Tom, you gave everyone back home a little bit of pause and a deep breath, but you guys are once again in the grand final. What is the plan, especially when you get into that start box?
It's a full reset of the mind, and that racing was totally different to what we're going to have now. So we just got to go out there and execute. We made it to the final, and now we've got to put together a really clean race.
Tom, appreciate the time. Wish you the best of luck as the Bonds Flying Roos are in. Also in the grand final, it will be Black Foils, Peter Burley, and Kiwis. New Zealand claims the first event of the 2025 season.
Thanks, awesome for us having new energy in the group.
Perfect out of the middle of the line, and when he needed to deliver, he's delivered. New Zealand are going to lead from here. What a start from the Black Foils.
And it is the Kiwis striking back. The Emirates winning moment goes the way of the Black Foils.
We really love the Middle East. I think it's been something that we've had a great run in that part of the world, and looking forward to carrying it on.
Winners of event 1 in Dubai and 7 in Portsmouth. It is the Black. We go on board now. Peter Burley, their driver. Pete, you guys have said the Middle East has been good to you. Do you have one more big race win in you?
Yeah, we're obviously looking forward to the opportunity. It's super exciting. It's going to be completely different to what it's been the last couple. So we're just trying to make sure we're ready for that and looking forward to getting into it.
And Pete, have you got a plan, or are you going to be reacting to the others?
Of course we've got a plan, Stevie. And looking forward to it. Yeah.
Pete, appreciate the time. Wish you the best of luck, and keep that finger safe. Emirates GBR, they are the overall season winners on points and the most consistent team, but can they get one more win? The Brits are off and running at mark number 1, and they make the third final in a row, and the Emirates winning moment goes to Emirates GBR.
In the top group, is there one that you enjoy beating the most?
I enjoy beating all of them.
Aggressive from Fletcher.
I'll be saying tomorrow. Got on foils and straight into 90k, and we're like, yeah, she feels good, let's go.
The Emirates winning moment goes the way of Emirates GBR.
What a move by the British. Absolute clutch moment in the race.
I really feel proud of what the team's achieved, but the job isn't done yet, and we have to go and deliver when it counts.
And they need one more top flight performance against two of the best teams in the world just a short time ago. Lisa Darman catching up with the driver of Emirates GBR, Dylan Fletcher.
Dylan, congratulations. Obviously finishing the overall leaderboard on top, but it all comes down to this grand final.
Yeah, really good day for us so far. Team's going well, but this is the main event, so we've got to deliver now when it counts.
And obviously you haven't been here before in the final. The other two have. Have you been studying lots of finals of the past, or are you feeling really confident in yourself?
Yeah, we've watched plenty of videos, so hopefully we can go out there and deliver. And yeah, great conditions.
Going to be.
It's completely different today to yesterday. And yeah, team's doing a great job. So 4 up, really enjoying it. Just going to give it everything, and win or lose, we'll enjoy it.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Good luck.
And Hannah, that's why we say these are the best sailors in the world, because yesterday's conditions totally different than today, but the cream has risen to the top.
Yeah, that's right. And these are the kind of days that the sailors really, really look forward to. The high pressure moments, the tense moment before the start, and they'll be really looking forward to getting into this grand final.
How about this, Stevie? Just 5-6 minutes ago, they were racing just to get into the final, and now, a minute 45 away from it, Tom Slingsby and company are now going to battle for $2 million.
Yeah, and I mean, Dylan Fletcher's had to travel places to get here, hasn't he, from where he was in things. He's had to make a huge comeback. Tom Slingsby's had to do a complete reset. Burling's a man with a plan, but as we know, Todd, everyone has a plan until first contact with the enemy, and we're about to see that first contact. I think Tom Slingsby's going to be the first to turn back and try and set up the pre-start. Interesting that Fletcher's choosing to come in late. Is this an Ainsley preceded move here that he's trying to give him a bit of space? Aldridge said he wanted space on the start line. Fletcher's giving himself that space. This is going to be an absolute classic.
Sit back and enjoy the grand final here in Abu Dhabi. 60 seconds away from deciding the start. Who will make contact first?
We can see a favoured position on the start lines toward the downwind end, sort of middle of our screen. That blue line there, that's the optimum place to start. It's a short run to Mark 1. So if you are on the inside, the more downwind end, I think that's going to give you a big advantage. The Bomb Flying Rouge have a bit of a sniff. He wants that bottom end of the line, and he does control the first decision. He makes everyone else choose on him. Slingsby has control of things at the moment. Where does Fletcher go from here? There's space. The Black Foils say they're early. Fletcher's going to have the run up at these two boats. He might have the space he needs with 25 seconds to go. Now you've got to stay calm. Now you've got to execute. You've got to build the speed. You've got to accelerate the speed. The Rolex pole predictor sits aboard Slingsby's Australian boat. He's near that optimum place. But who's going to be foiling at the gun when that line turns white? Emirates turns towards the line. The Black Foils turn towards the line. Slingsby turns towards the line. Who's got it right out of the middle? It's Slingsby. It's now a race to the foils. It's a speed build. And the three-time champion Tom Slingsby, I think, is going to be first on the foils here. Let it go.
Nice pressure at the mark, buddy.
Is in a bit of a calm before the storm, as the Bombs Flying Rouge will lead them to mark number 1, and Tom Slingsby will get the whole shot as we start the grand final here in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, Slingsby had the plan and he's nailed it. They lead at Mark 1. It's not done yet, but wow, you want to be first at Mark 1, and the Emirates GBR team have got work to do if they want to get back into this huge gaze for Bombs Flying Rouge at Mark 1.
So, Hannah, the Aussies force the issue and they control the line, and now the chase is on.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm not surprised to see Emirates GBR take the early manoeuvre there. The breeze looks much more consistent, obviously with fewer boats, but also it looks like it's settled down a little bit. So hard to catch up for any boats behind.
I like the look of the right turn at the bottom of the course. It looked like you'd get a nice long runaway out of there. And of course, this is the first time these boats have really been able to stretch their legs. 14 kilometres now, breeze. Foiling well. We've got these new light wind foils, the Armstrong extensions on those foils. The boat's gliding beautifully through the manoeuvre, so I expect them to stay foiling. But at gate 2, it's a big decision.
And as they approach gate 2, the DP World Gate, we check it down in the water. Lisa Darman and Stevie likes the right-hand turn. What do you say?
I really think that they're going to continue to go straight in these conditions, optimize the time that you're on the foils. As you kind of said, I expect them to come back this way. In general, coming the opposite side of the grandstand on the upwind leg has been a really nice approach. So it's so hard with a 3-boat race to try and protect your position. You've got to go with your eyes.
Big moment there, Lisa. As we say that, the Black Foils chose to get away and get into space. Emirates are going to turn straight away here to get clear wind, and it's now about building speed, and this is just crucial. There looks like good wind in towards that side of the course where the Bombs Flying Rouge are. The leaderboard is close. This race is all on. Who's going to find the most breeze? Foiling. Oh, they're off the foils on board the Bombs Flying Rouge, and they've tried to press too soon. They didn't get foiling smoothly. Can the Black Foils stick this manoeuvre? Foiling tack here could be the championship.
Pete Burling calls for a touch and go.
Right of way, Black, with the Bombs Flying Rouge, but they've got to take off.
Look at the speed on Emirates GBR.
Yeah, and I think the Black Foils are going to have to go behind here. This could be a big moment. I don't know if they're clear. Oh, it's going to be a penalty. Oh, he's clear.
He's going to sell it. He's going to sell it.
Pistol Pete. Wow, he called that one, didn't he? Massive moment. Emirates GBR have stuck their manoeuvre. Black Foils should cross, though. Blackfools are in great shape. The right turn at the bottom was good. Big gain to the Blackfools. No penalty. Clear cross. That was absolute masterclass.
One and left from here. One left.
And just like that, the Bonds Flying Roos go from first to third as they see the pressure building on the Kiwis out in front. Their speed, 37 kilometers an hour. Emirates GBR still in a good position, but they are in second.
I think there's more, at least is there more wind as you come up the course? I feel like the Kiwis are sailing towards a lot of wind on that side of the course.
Are we all the way to the bottom again?
Sure, we've got comms with each at the moment. Where I'm sailing now, Blackfoils have just pieced this together. You see how they're sailing nearly straight up the ladder line? It suggests that the wind's rotating.
See a lot of teams. Really hard to land that manoeuvre there. 30 kilometers an hour is that magic number to keep the boat on the foils, but they need to build that speed before they attempt that manoeuvre to make sure they're safe at making it.
Calling for another touch and go on board the Blackfools of New Zealand. They have more than a 100-meter lead, and here we are on leg 3 of 6, approaching the halfway point of the grand final with $2 billion on the line to the winner.
It's all about how quickly they get back on the foils here. We're halfway point in the race, Todd. They're just going to go downwind from here, but then that short upwind, if they can get a decent lead, most of the other boats, Australia are going to have to follow them. Emirates GBR could split on a right turn here. Blackfoils aren't going to foil. They
Look at the speed difference.
We'll get around here, but
they'll foil on the takeoff.
Slow then.
GBR are going to be coming in. They're going to have to watch out for the Bonds Flying Roos. GBR are trying to dive inside at the top here. I think the Blackfoils will be round, but who gets first on the foils here? Emirates are going to be off the foils, and maybe they might just... Oh, Fletcher's masterclass there. He's got round. He's going to do right turn on the foils. Huge. Here we go. Blackfoils needs to get back up in the air quick.
And we are back to almost dead even once again, and Emirates GBR are in first place.
They are, but I don't know for how long, because I like where the Blackfoils are going. They're sailing out to that more wind side of the course.
Every team now has had a chance to lead here in the grand final. Who can hold on to it for the second half of the race?
They've all got at least 2 or 3 jibes here, Hannah, haven't they? So it's about sticking. I mean, how nervous are you right now?
Definitely really nervous. There's a huge split in the course here with boats on either side. Sticking these manoeuvres is going to be really key. Emirates GBR look like they've had a really nice rotation in the wind there, allowing them to sail a bit further down the course.
All right, we're in this. Lefty coming here, Gabe, pressing.
So he's talking on the upwind leg there instantly, and if it was lefty, so the one was on a left shift on that MasterCard team talk there, that means they're going to sail in this shift all the way down. And look, they're going straight down the course. Massive turnaround.
And explain who's talking about when he says Goobs.
Goobs is Ian Jensen, the wind trimmer there on board that. So yeah,
not a sailing term.
Not a classic sailing term, no. But what a massive change. Big wind shift. Fletcher in phase with it. Emirates GBR are gone here.
Everything for this mark.
That right turn again, which was so powerful on the last lap.
Olympic gold medalist Hannah Mills up on the handles. A strategist doing multitasking right now. It's Dylan Fletcher, who was part of Emirates GBR in season 1. He lost his driving seat, came back this year, and look at this. It is Emirates GBR out in front by more than 200 meters here in the grand final.
Yeah, and right turn means you've only got one manoeuvre to do on this upwind, so this is a no-brainer. I mean, this is it. This is your walking glory moment aboard Emirates Great Britain. Massive shift in the breeze by the look of it. The wind has really rotated left here. Massive shift, and they're just perfectly in phase with it.
I'd be surprised if we see either of the boats behind splitting to go the other way, with it just being one manoeuvre into that next mark.
Nothing doing here. Let's just pick the shift. This manoeuvre here, if they can stay in the foot. Good breeze out of it. Dark water in front of them there. They should stay foiling.
Moments away from a new champion. Spain won it last year, Australia the prior 3 years, and now in season 5, Emirates GBR is poised to take the title.
Not sure if they're quite on lay line yet. They're closing up to that. The yellow line, our lay line. Anna's calling a righty, which should be kind of good for them anyway, because they're towards the right of everyone else, but they want to get there for no more manoeuvres. He's fine. They can always touch it down onto one hull and take off again. This is it, Emirates GBR. Wow. What a moment at that top gate number 3.
What a race. You had Australia getting the whole shot leading after mark number 1. You had the Kiwis rolling the dice and coming up. Yachty, Stevie, they led on the upwind and then the turn back. And then out of nowhere, Dylan Fletcher and Emirates GBR round the last gate. And now it is a straight shot to $2 million for the Brits. Years ago, they used to say the British are coming. Well, the British have arrived. The Emirates winning moment goes the way to Emirates GBR. They are the Season 5 champions.
What a race.
They cross the line with room to spare, and it looks like it will be the Black Foils unless they get rolled over by Tom Slingsby. And wouldn't that be a Slingsby thing to do? I'm not going to settle for third. I'm taking second.
Can the Black Foils get up and foiling here? Well, what a season for both these teams. It's going to be tight. Looks like the Bonds Flying Roos are going to sneak through on the inside here of the Black Foils. I mean, the reality for these two is if you're not first, you're last, and they're going to be just gutted by that for sure. What an amazing season by both these teams, but it came down to minor details, and one wind shift at the top. Emirates GBR were in phase, and that's it.
The Bonds Flying Roos will finish in second place in front of the fans here in Abu Dhabi, and the Black Foils of New Zealand will finish in third. But what an amazing event, and the celebration can now begin. Emirates GBR are champions in Season 5. Hannah, your former team is now enjoying the fruits of their labor, and I'll tell you what, it seems the right ending because the way they performed all year long. Remember, they got wins in Sydney, they got wins in Saint-Tropez, and they got wins in Cadiz.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so consistent all year. Sometimes been struggling to win those final races, but when it really counted, they made it work, and they've taken the grand final. So amazing result for Emirates GBR.
As we send it down on the water, and Lisa Darmanin.
Congratulations, Dylan, from the sidelines to SailGP champion. How good was that race? How good do you feel?
Oh, it was an unbelievable final, wasn't it? I mean, all the three teams are amazing. Any one of us could have won, but yeah, just over the moon right now. Really proud of the team. What a year. Stoked.
It was high pressure, that last turn, that choice at the gate really sealed the deal.
Yeah, just keep chipping away, keep us with opportunities, and the team did a great job.
How does everyone feel?
Yes!
$1 million celebration right there, Stevie Morrison, and I just feel like they earned it. They deserved it, and they got it done because there was a point in that race where I thought, well, they had a good season, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, they've been the most consistent team all year, weren't they? And ultimately, they had no choice at the top there but to split, really. But they executed the way of dodging behind the Australians and staying on the foil so well. So thoroughly deserved. But yeah, wow, what a moment.
Dylan Fletcher, an Olympic gold medalist, and now a SailGP champion. Let's go back to the start once again. Tom Slingsby made first contact. He forced the issue, and you thought, okay, it's a complete Bonds Flying Roos moment.
Yeah, from here it looked like the Bonds Flying Roos had a huge advantage. But, you know, these races are never over till they're over. Emirates GBR choosing to split. But it was ultimately this first manoeuvre on this upwind leg where the Bonds Flying Roos fell off the foil, which allowed the two boats behind to catch up, really open the race again.
Yeah, I'm still surprised they didn't take the right turn. Just to the eye with the helicopter, it looked a lot less sailing and a wider bit of the course away from the fans. So obviously, you know, it's easy in hindsight, this game, isn't it? And same for New Zealand. They just didn't get in the game, and the split here was crucial, Tom.
Halfway point through the race, guys, they're in third place. They're in last place. You think, well, it wasn't meant to be. What was it about Emirates GBR? Did they see more wind? Did they play the right strategy? Explain it to us.
Well, I think they were happy to split from where they were in position on the course, and the angle of the wind, they just spotted that, and it allowed them to sail all the way down the course.
And what a moment. The Emirates fly time at 98.3% for Emirates GBR as they bring it across the line in front of the fans, and the celebration full on.
And the Rolex Precision Athletes of the day today Tom Slingsby just scraping into that final after some tough qualifying races, but amazing start in that final race. From North Star Canada, Anna Hager allowing them to sail the shortest distance around the course. And then our season winners from Emirates GBR, Ian Jensen trimming the wing and Luke Parkinson on flight control. Really tricky day for both the wing trimmers and the flight controllers today. But, ultimately all season they've been doing such an incredible job allowing them to take the lead at the end of this season.
Yeah, and that's the boat speed team on the Emirates GBR, so thoroughly got there. And of course, then we come to our DP World fastest speed, and wow, the Bonds Flying Rouge probably flying into Mark 1 there, 56.76 kilometres an hour in 14 kilometres an hour wind. Some pretty solid efficiency, but unfortunately, not just boat speed you need to get these titles won.
What an amazing race and what an amazing season. The three-time champions, the Bonds Flying Rouge, had a great start, but in the end just couldn't get past Emirates GBR. They finished in second. We go on board with their driver, Tom Slingsby. Tom, I know that's not the result you wanted, but you've got to be proud of the team that what you were able to do this year with only winning one event, and you find yourself in the grand final with a chance.
Yeah, no, incredibly proud of this team. Yeah, it's an honour to sail with everyone and everyone through the shore team and everything. It's a real privilege. We've got an amazing group of people, and it's a season of highs and lows. But yeah, look, there's a lot to be happy about. But obviously, I focus on the one thing that we didn't get this week, which was a win, and we'll come back next year.
Tom, you absolutely delivered in the start. I kind of had that down as it was going to be the crux moment of the race. Were you surprised quite how dynamic a race it turned out to be?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, they're going to split behind you, and you've just got to focus on yourself. And I mean, I thought about Jive.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, and we appreciate Tom Slingsby and his time as we get ready for the prize giving. What a moment this is for Emirates GBR and Joel Ashiman of Rolex Head of Sponsoring to make the presentation, and now the celebration can really begin with the Union Jack out. Here we go, your Rolex season winners. They won 4 of 11 events. Give it up for Emirates GBR.
His Excellency. Big squad, of course, Ellie Aldrich, the gold medalist in Paris on the left-hand side of our screen, kite surfing, and she's sort of in there as one of the spare sailors. I think Luke Parkinson, Ian Jensen, they've had some year in terms of learning new kit, and ultimately I think the team that comes out at the top this year is going to be the team that learn the best, so huge kudos to them, and the power units, Nick Hutton and Neil Hunter there. We've not seen a lot of them in the last few events. They've maybe on a bit of a holiday, you could argue, but I'm sure they won't have seen it like that. And then, of course, the Brains Trust in Hannah Mills and Dylan Fletcher. Really a very complete team, and been impressive to watch them grow through the year.
Yeah, definitely. And as individuals, really impressive, but it's how they pull together as a team that makes it count in the end.
And there is the big trophy. Although it is worth noting that the crew members will also get a Rolex Grand Prix after 42, which, not a terrible.
I'd like one of those
side, not a terrible side piece to have as well. But there is the hardware at the end of an amazing 2025 season, the Abu Dhabi Sail Grand Prix, and presented by the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. Thank you to them and the support. And in the end, it is Emirates GBR that walk away with the overall title. What an amazing performance.
Abu Dhabi, it's now time to celebrate with them. Let's give it up.
Champions for 2025. And I mean, what a huge moment, isn't it? I mean, we talk about the money, and that is incredible, the rest of it. But, there's very few occasions where you're at the absolute pinnacle of your sport. You're in completely equal equipment. You're racing against all these top sailors from around the world. They've just beaten Burlington too. Draper and Slingsby. I mean, they've had to go against the best. And right now, in that race, they delivered, and they can say they're the best.
Yeah, and it's, they're going up against sailors with huge accolades as well. So, on the day, you have to be able to perform. And like I said earlier, this is one of the days that these sailors really look forward to, feeling the pressure and then being able to react to it and put your best performance on show.
We'll take a look at the final point standings after 12 events and more than 30,000 miles of travel around the globe. The points look like this. We started in Dubai with New Zealand winning the first event. Emirates GBR finished in second, the USA in third, but here's how it finishes. Emirates GBR champions of Season 5. The Bonds Flying Roos will finish in second, and the Black Foils in third. Los Gallos just missing out in that grand final, finishing in fourth as the defending champions. The French finished in the top 5. North Star Canada goes sixth. Rockwell Racing, great showing as they pick up the 800,000, winning this event. Then in the Swiss, Germany, Deutsche Bank, maybe the hottest team in SailGP over the last 3 events. Red Bull Italy with their new driver, Phil Robertson. Martini Grail and Butler Brazil had their moments, and US SailGP team finished in 12th. Bright future for them were Taylor Canfield and the Stars and Stripes. So let's add up the money, and you can inject $2.4 million into the accounts of Emirates GBR as they win the season, the 400,000 there, and the $2 million grand final. So $4.4 million. The Black Foils go 1.76. The Bond Flying Roos, $1.2 million for their new owners, Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. Los Gallos will finish in fourth, just clipping over $1.2 million, and then $880 for North Star Canada, $800,000 for Rockwell Racing, $720 for the French, $560 for the Germans. So it's picture time. Get yourself on Instagram. The celebration will continue well into the night here in Abu Dhabi as Emirates GBR can take a deep breath, but not for too long, because in less than 2 months' time, it is back on and Season 6. Before that, though, how about a little bubbly? Coming up next, it's the Oracle Perth Sail Grand Prix, January 17th and 18th. Season 6 begins with an Antipodean triple stop, opening for the very first time in Perth, Australia. Famed for its consistent ocean breeze and wide open waters that promises fast technical racing and breathtaking drama. The city's vibrant waterfront and golden coastline provide the perfect backdrop for SailGP's high-speed foiling catamarans. Perth's natural beauty and endless sunshine is the ultimate stage to launch Season 6 before heading across the Tasman Sea to Auckland, New Zealand. Returning to one of the world's true sailing capitals, Auckland once again welcomes SailGP to its iconic Waitemata Harbor. Known as the City of Sails, Auckland delivers flowing sea breezes, challenging wind shifts, and a passionate fan base. The backdrop of the Hauraki Gulf provides a dramatic arena for foiling catamarans to fly at breathtaking speeds. With its rich maritime heritage and natural amphitheater conditions, Auckland is the perfect stage for SailGP to showcase its speed and precision. So Season 6 kicks off January 17th and 18th. Seems like we were just there, but we'll be excited to get back to Auckland and then Sydney. And then it's off to the first-time visit to Rio de Janeiro before going to the Atlantic and Bermuda. Another stop in the USA in New York City. Halifax back on the calendar. And we love going to Portsmouth. Sassness was a big success this year. And, of course, we'll be in Spain. Saint-Tropez never disappoints. And then the final 2 events will take place in the UAE. First in Dubai, and then Abu Dhabi, 20th and 29th in 2026.
Well, yeah, and of course now we're going to come back to that Rolex best time start. And well, when the pressure was really on, the man that was ice cold and delivered was Tom Slingsby, 0.737 seconds back, but he won the start for the Rolex best time start. But of course, the race turned out to go a lot longer than just the start.
Amazing how things turn in SailGP. The third team off the line ends up winning it all as Emirates GBR comes from behind literally and claims the title. Hannah Diamond, your former team gets it done. I don't think you were surprised.
No, I mean, they've just been so consistent all year, getting stronger and stronger all the time. I did think they were a bit late in their approach to the start, but they completed the rest of the race really well to take a win.
Stevie, final thoughts before we say goodbye?
Oh, it's just getting more and more hard to call, isn't it? I mean, I called the final completely wrong. I thought you got to win the start. I thought there wouldn't be overtakes, and everything happened that I said wouldn't.
Well, that will do it. Congratulations once again to Ben Ainsley and Emirates GBR and Dylan Fletcher. We will see you next time, 2026 at the Oracle Perth Sail Grand Prix, January 17th and 18th. For Stevie Morrison, Hannah Diamond, Lisa Darman, and I'm Todd Harris. So long from Abu Dhabi. We'll see you next year. What a season. From massive crowds to heart-pounding speed. Go over 103! Sail
MotoGP delivered non-stop action from the first start gun to the final finish. The drama, huge. The rivalry, the unforgettable moments. This is the season we won't forget.
Fletcher's masterclass.
The British have arrived. The Emirates winning moment goes the way to Emirates GBR. They are the Season 5 champions.
A dobra stvar, to gotov, ne treba puno 3 sekunde i gotov. A druga stvar, iako ne bude Nuniton dota trajao, radimo live za novu godinu. Radimo live za novu godinu i jedva čekam, majke mi. Malo ćemo popit, bravo, Vali, brate, uzet ćemo lagano ovako pizza ćemo uzeti, brate, pice ćemo jest ljubavi i cugat ćemo. Tako je Miha, Miha, napušiš li se kurca, viš čuo pičko jedna ona, Miha je pička, zajebam se, Miha je brat. Ajmo malo omegle, ovaj TikTok pa idemo na omegle. Gledaj moji braći, niste vi dobar duo, neće biti da, jode Mimke. Brate, Risme, izvini, nije do mene, Dragan nam se, Dragče se umorio na poslu, razumije momka, normalno, jebi ga.
Edi, pusti.
Biće horora.
Da ti nisi li stisno jebote? Pa stisni tu. Kako? To stisni. Pusti, Edi, pusti. Pusti slobodno. Da ti nisi li stisno jebote? Pa stisni tu. Kako? To stisni. Drži ga tu. S drugom rukom. Nekaj. Daj desnu ruku. Tu stisni. I levu ruku ovde. I sad stisni. Edi, pusti.
Ovo promijenja setup. Nisam ljubav, već se spremam, brate, u drugi stan se selim. Tako da, spremam se. Jesse, Arhare, Šomi, Jesse.
Jel ga pepaš? Pa zavisi, brate. Cepneš ga u 12, lepše zaspiš. Čemu? Lan!
Da si da ga Miki drka jedno 10 put dnevno, brate. Ali imam ošćaj da i Miki ima veliku kurčinu. Jer ovakve budale ko Miki, da se razumijemo, imaju sigurno velike kite.
Samo da, Miki, volim te, hvala. Grizzly, hvala na subscribe-u. Kakav si student?
A šta bi ja volio Šomi, brate? Ma ajde. Ti si jedina budala koja nema veliku kitu. Istina mi ide jebo, majko, kad ja skontam. Ako sam toliko lud u glavi i sve, i spreman na sve da me razumiješ. Kako meni? Hvala Bogu pa je živa, zdrava kita. Mislim, nije toliko ni mala, taman je, brate, Ma hajde, ja sam sinoć komentarsom, ide, u posljednje vrijeme dolaze mi cure s velikim guzoma, sve mislim ne mogu se snaći. A brati se snađe životom, mide, kunem ti se. Brate, opasan sam jebač. Zamska ovako sam sebe pan. A dobro, ovo je samo pouzdanje, dobro. Kako možeš reći Mikiju da je budala? Jesse, KD ljubi, brat KD-a moj. Moj, kume. Kumara. Pao si posle spida totalno. Šta ću, brate, prešao na kokain. Jebute, spite, jebu. Za fukare. Najmanja kita je kod žene je velika. Gledaj ovo. Kako sam lagan sa ženama postao, uopšte mi se ne jebe. Ali ovu bi razvalio ja rani. jako volim prirodne sise. Tare Jesse Tarkane, Ilija moj, onako čiste, lijepe, da nema bubuljaka nikakvih. Tako ja s jednom djevojkom, brate, slušaj evo, i meni je najdražije, brate, kad vodim ljubav sa nekom djevojkom, kad hoćemo spavat, hoću da je gore gola. Znači, da nema ništa, brus, ništa, to, i uvijek mi je jedna ruka na sisi. Znači, meni mora, ja toliko slađe zaspijem i lakše, brate, samo da mi jedna ruka drži sisu. Majke, meni je to preslatko. Ja ovdje da sam sladak. A? Moramo reakciju na Janka, brate, nismo reakciju. Bakar. Nisam, sam čuo refren, majke, evo vidite. Ali je prezarazno, brate, ovo što mi izlazi na TikToku. Gledaj ovo. Gledaj, braće, pozdrav za sve Rome, ljubi, brat, slanja Milcu, izvinjavam se.
Bagarim, mnogo mi lepo kada ga ukradem. Nikada kupim, samo nađem. Bakar je najbolji metal, to znamo, svi pitaju kumovi gde si ga krao ti.
Gledaj mog brata, gledaj mog brata ovo.
Kumovi gde si
Gledaj, brata mog. Ja, ovaj je za spota spreman bio.
ga krao ti. Ne mogu kome da kažem ti to. Kradem bakar, znaš to mi bude lova laka bar. Kraću ga svaki dan sve dok
to je dobro, mači.
Bakar samo takav prelep je. Ja prodat ću ga sve i ostali nećete imati kaplove.
Bakar mi u autu, bakar mi u kući. Koliko bakra imam, mora stvarno da se krstiš. Ko najviše krade, znači da je luđi. Imam svoj bakar, ali dalje hoću tuđi. Kradem bakar.
Romska himna, majke, pozdrav za sve moje Rome koji me prate, ljubi, brat.
To mi bude lova laka, kradem bakar na brzaka, baš sam profi madafaka. Jednom snimili me bavi, pa sam malo svirao glavi i u džuzi našo dosta, šta ću kad se time bavi.
Ja kradem bakar,
kako je mali ovaj razvalio.
Mnogo mi lepo kada ga ukradem. Nikada kupim, samo nađem. Bakar je najbolji metal, to znamo, svi pitaju kumovi gde si ga krao ti.
Gledaj švekera ovo.
Ne mogu kome da kažem ti to. Kradem bakar, znaš to mi bude lova.
A ovo je prezarazno. Ja prvi put kad izašao na TikTok, kad izašla pjesma, prvu noć, kad sam ovo čuo, ja sam cijeli dan samo bakar. A zajebajem se Gogi, brate, odmah me Gogi, brate, ali je dobra pjesma.
Kraću ga svaki dan sve dok se kumovi javno ubogati. Bakar samo takav prelep je. Ja prodat ću ga sve i ostali nećete imati kaplove.
Kablovi fale, sve sam ispuklo moj brale. Kada me jure, da stignu me šanse su male. Musam ko banka, cigani moje su banda. Između krastilne linija je tanka. Ljudi kažu da sam kleptoman, dok rekli su vis nešto klepno sam. Vidiš me, ali ne možeš me prepoznaš. Furanka puljači na leto, brat. Sve što padne mi pod ruku, brat. Zavaljam ti tuđu čuku, brate. Al bakar mi je omiljeni, znate.
Ja kradem bagari, mnogo mi lepo kada ga...
Odem ja, jako nekako nema energije, ono, jako kod je napišen. Dobro, ovaj mali ubio, brate, ova pjesma je zbog ovog mali.
Nikada kupim, samo nađem. Bakar je najbolji metal, to znamo, svi pitaju kumovi.
Strašan i tekst, majke.
Ne mogu kome da kažem ti to. Kradem bakar, znaš to mi bude lova laka bar. Kraću ga svaki dan sve dok se kumovi javno ubogati. Bakar samo takav prelep je. Ja prodat ću ga sve i ostali nećete imati kaplove.
Kako je mali, dobar, majke. Ko je radio ovo? Gliša, doktor. Gliša je doktor, majke moji. Meni je ovo predobro, znači viralno toliko, samo mi izliječe, majke moji. I cijeli dan mi u autu samo bakar pjevamo. Jako otkrio kako se nosi sa popularnošću. Mirza mu dao niz savjeta.
Ja sam na prvu, ne znam, isti prvu. Ja sam isto, apsolutno.
Pa mislim, ko ne bi. Ovo je stvarno čast.
Kako je lako, ja kažem danas izviniš što prekriš. Ja sam u osnovnoj školi bio kada je Saša da se sve prvi.
Ćao. Evo, pura sve je to otvorio. Gdje je što je. Pa gledaj, brate, odsutan ti kratak, uraz, ostaje.
Ušćao da uzem Korliću. Evo ti uzem Korliću. Da.
Brate, ti ljudi ne rade onaj vape iz usta, brate. Pa jebe mu mater, brate, koliko godine imaš, brate, ustaješ kad je dvocifren sat, brate, 10, 11, 12, vape, scrolluješ telefon i šta će ti kao nešto da uradiš?
Bravo, brate. Ušao su WC za vrijeme odmora. Jebete se po WC-u. Jebem vas u usta, vas jebem ja. Ja mi ova stano izgleda. Ako ja kradem bakarim, biging, Mislim, normalno ona svi se izbacuje i očekuje da ću ja tako komentarsat njene vide. Kako zračiš, tako je privlačiš krstičko. Izop, svi se iskreno.
A ja bi samo da je gledam u te oči sada njene.
Dobre, prirodne, guta. Puna šaka.
Kada igram sa Anaconda.
Puna šaka, brate. Zelene oči. A s kim sam mazio, ljudi? S kim se mazio? Kaže, došao security, prolazi pored ženskog WC-a i vrati se, on dođe, pita mi drugarcu, koji je taj odnos? Nataša, koliko je tebi drugarci godina i koliko je security godina?
Znači sve...
Sad poželio šamare. 15 security 24, 23. I on se vratio da vas pita, Nataša, jel? A pija Mire, što ne bi onu uopšte, normalno da bi...
Fucks are the best.
Evo vidim.
Done this before. 7 times. You want my wedding pussy?
Jebo ja, pani. Jel moguće? Jest ovaj TikTok, brate, sve nas čuju, majke, jebem u pičku. Svedi ovo, Emire. Da ono što smo rekli, Emire, brate moj. I odmah ide da bananje. 11 menstruacija i 0 trudnoća. U 2025. do sad. Ostaje još samo jedna menstruacija.
Mogu vas novi skauti prepoznat.
Kako ne vidiš da mi si samo na tebi. Nisam bili, ali zbog tebe bit ću treper. Sarajo, imam vremena za to. Kao svetli zrak u tami, to je boja pamena. Kako ne vidiš da mi si samo na...
Ova je pjesma bila u prvom našem klipu. Baka, Mihajlo i ja.
Pozdrav svima, večeras u 21 čas, Don Kumanovo i ja igramo jedan meč.
A ja izazivam Marka, ali ovaj put Filipović.
Ovo ljudi, ili mene neko zezat, da je mene umišljeni Gaudenito.
Gradsko pozdrav.
Brat, izazvano Bog smeč. Ne znam stvarno čime te hrani Gaudenito kad si tako hrabar. A i što ste duplo stari, nego što sam duplo jači. Ništa, to je to. Prihvatam boks meč, zakaži mjesto i vreme. Hoćeš sad, hoćeš odmah, evo dođi u Niš. Evo me u Niš, najjači sam ovdje, najjači sam u državi. Zakaži mjesto i vreme, vidimo se, lajkujte video. Ćao.
Ja palim stream, ja igram LOL, on meni frajer stvarno ljudi donira 200 evra to večer. Ali samo znači vi uzmite u obzir. 200 evra donira, znači 20.000 coinsa, to vam je znači $100 sam ja dobio otprilike od toga. Nakon toga, lik donira isti stream, još 100 evra. Ja dođem i kažem u fazonu Boerse, hvale do neba, brate, ne boj više, znaš, nakon toga, on meni frajer dolazi i donira još 200 evra. Ja u šoku. On, nakon toga...
vidi Viki, ovo. Čeo si vizarda, ljubi brat. Evo bato, evo malo tiktokamo. Dobar, alhamdulillah, kako si ti?
Šalje 10 tih od 60 evra. Frajer mi šalje 600 evra još. Lik mi donira 1000 evra za dan, ja u neverici. Ovo je sve on.
Bravo, respekt.
To vam je sve 60 evra. Jedan ovaj koji vidite, to vam je 60 evra. On donira, znači tu mi je već donirao recimo nekih 2500 evra. Mene gleda 50 ljudi, lik dolazi i donira mi 2500 evra. Ja sam od tih 4000 evra dobio, evo gledajte, evo vidite 6.27. Lexa X, to je moj TikTok.
Jebote, šta je ovo?
1263 evra sam ja od tih 4000 evra dobio. I rekao, brate, jel možeš, molim te da dođeš Discord call, da ja čujem što si ti meni donirao tolike pare? I on kao, brate, mogu. I ja tu cimam druga Jana, da ne idem ja sam u kolu. Jer je meni bilo neprijatno, jednostavno ljudi, to su insane.
Jel Lexa još, vidio sam na YouTube, ja sam subscribe-a na streama, ali još na TikToku. Lexa. Gotivim ja, dobar je ovo momak. Po svemu što sam vidio, gotivim ga. Znam da je na YouTube live, ništa, jel? Dobro, mislim, vidi, u jednu ruku pametno mu je što YouTube prešao i što brojke gura tamo na YouTube-u, jer YouTube će trajati, TikTok, jebi ga prolazan je, jebi mu materijan. Ali na TikToku su trenutno ozbiljne pare i veće pare i više para, sigurno na TikToku je više para uzmo sigurno nego na YouTube. To garantujem, vrate moja. Ali eto, nije trebao toliko i na TikToku prestati, treba ponekad da upari, vrate. Vole ga tamo i na TikToku. Boga, jebi ga, dobre su mu pare tamo. Mlad je sad da berije, brate. A ja ko šta napiše da sam ovo, ja banaću vas.
Što ne pasali ga?
Ajmo reakcija, oni stoje, gazda paja. Nema ljubavi, Big D, da nam strajk spucaju. Odakle izašla? Aj ljubi ga, dajđa, ja sam poželio žensku pičku, mater. Da mi se ljubit, samo da mi se ljubit, malo.
I nije ona me neka sad pička i puno sada kaže da je neki moj kalibar. Kontam, mogu se ovo jebati i odjebati. Zato što nije šta je, koliko je sati, nije da je 5 do 12. I hajde, brate, mi smo otišli.
Jasko, što Mekicu zoveš, ne kontam.
Mi vozamo. Ja tog Gerana Osmana vidim, ja pobjeda njega. Evo, onaj konac sve oko njega, jebem li ti rekao Osmana, ja jebem li ti žito, ti jebem. Konto ja jebam, a ne, ja sine sura mene ne jebe ni 2%.
Ne isto mjesar, kako se ono zove? Jebi ga, bit će. Pare, banal mi Discord, pa vidio.
Mi daješ ono što mi fali. Gledajte ljudi ovaj zimski vibe, pazi ovo, joj!
Daj babulici.
Ja mislim da mu stavljaju od ljudi sa strane mu stavljaju previše prezimljen.
Svi mi koji smo znali da je baka u pravu i bez ovog videa, ajmo aplauza.
Ne do vam Bog da ste pomslu nešto ko i ja. Maca moja. Ja mislio, vrate, bez zajebance, ja mislio pizza da će sad izaći. Lokacija, ne znam šta ste vi pomsli. Mekice, jesi još slobodna? Evo Jaromčeta, vrata. Ja je momak preko poruka kad se svađa. Ja je njih dvoje su ljubće. Šta je ovo, brate? Jebem li ti ko izmislio ove štikle? Bolje ste, zgodnije ste u štiklama, ali Mi kukamo mali ljudi, zbog ovih štikli, jebe biti štikli mrtve.
Aj, dobro, brate, ja lepo je ostao, gde sam lepi jebaću mater, Đale, to sad ti ozbiljno kažem. Glebre, Đale, šta je napravio? Napravio govedog čoveka, ne, nije ovo ni čovek, ljudi, ovo je majmun.
Stari dečko plus mlada djevojka su najljepši duo. Govori vam čovjek, momak. Momak sam, još sam momak od 33 godine. Tako da, mlade žene, 19 plus, nećemo 18. Možete me imati.
Dobrodošli, evo, opet serem agresivno.
Da, evo, ovo.
Na sred autoputa u tom toiletu. Agresivno. Pinkoli, ljudi upadaju mi, hoće da me napadam, ja serem. A gledam se ljudi najveće sranje na autoputu. Autokomani Beograd. Mama, gdje su?
Šta bolan, majde, puniš majdu rođendan. Ne seri.
Danas je ludilo, ljudi, danas je ludilo.
Mogo je. Šta si još doživao da ovo? Odlazak Tita.
Dobar si dečko, ali...
Šta je kontam za ove dobre trebe u teretani, brate? One su svjesne, ovi što su dobre. Ti moraš biti ovjerena, ne ovdje. Nela, how old are you, Nela? Kako ovo slika lutko sunce, malo ovo ono, a? Prosijal. A, Nelisa? Neli? Jesu tu? Koliko ti je godina, lutka moja? Čim imaš kartu svoju, imaš godina. Dovoljno. Da, prelijepa, još je plava. Ali što ideš, Nelisa? Ali što ideš? Ljubavi, ti si stavila ovu sliku, ja nisam, ne mislim ništa loše, prezgodna si, brate. Prelijepo ti ovo stoji, ako si ti ovo. Ništa loše, majke mi, nisam mislio, Nelisa. Što se ljutiš odmah? Nemoj, nekad te. Sad ćemo omegle, Nelisa. Nelisa, pošalj mi porku na Instagram, ali neću nikom reći. Vidiš da su svi tek pokopni. Šta sam krenuo pričat? Hvala ti, Nelisa. Ljubite, brat. Nije brat, ljubite. Ja mislim, ljudi, da djevojke koji su baš to pribe u teretanu dođu, svjesne su u treningu i svjesne su da su dobre trebe i sve. Mi muškarci se bojimo, brate, da im priđemo, da ovo, da ono. Jevo majka, mislim da one svi priželjkuju, brate, jebi one vole i pažu, znate kako je žensko, pa da im priđemo, makar neki savjet, da im priđemo, da se upoznamo, ali su one nama, brate, nekako je nama svima u podsvijest, pogotovo i nove generacije, ovo sve, nekako sve dođeš, dobra, ovo ono, ti joj priđeš, brate, ona krene glumit pičku, brate, nekako se bojimo, jel de, a? Ali jebimo mater, od 10 mora jedna da prođe, brate. A dobro došao i taj vakat realno da žene prilaze muškarcima. Ali nije to, mi to trebamo, brate. Mi trebamo to. Jebimo mater, ja sam, brate, koliko sam put bio odbijen, brate. Od 10-9 mi prođe. I od 10-9 mi kaže, brate moj, ti si legenda. Jebem li ti, ništa mi gore, ljudi, nema kad se dopisujem s curom. Taman nešto očekujem, malo ovo ono, razumiješ, haraja, taraja. Jao, brate, kaže, brate, prvo, brate, i kad mi kaže kako te ja pratim te evo 6 godina, pa ti si legenda, koliko smo puta nasmio, legendo naša. Evo, brate, sve propadne u razno. Ništa. Jebem li ti,
Ljudi, evo me ovdje danas u
Legenda naša. Gdje nam je Nelisa? Nelisa je se očela. Kakve su grupe ljudi? Koga je Hrvatska izvukla? Tare 100%, tare. Koga je Hrvatska izvukla, braću? Hrvatska, Engleska, Gana. Engleska, ujebote, kon. Ma lagano prolazite, Hrvati, braću. Mi sa Kanadom, Švicom i Katarom ako odemo. Gana i Panama. Ma prvi ide Hrvatska, brate, lagano. Kamo me... Omegle, brate, što me presjeće nešto otkad nismo Omegle radili. Ome TV kao operator, da smo da ste sate. Neki merse mene blate. Čekaj sam. Lunara, vidi ka mašala što si lijep. Ti sve što stari, ti si lepši od njega. Nunjaka. Da vidimo koliko će panova da bude. Jesmo spremni? Dobro. Sad malo ovo moramo. Bravo. Pampe. Don't you know, Pampera? Kako si, punca moja draga, jesi mi dobro? Lutka moja lijepa. Alo? Smej se. Šta je sa Slovenijom?
Bro, Arenčev streamer.
Kako se zove?
Jebić.
Ne se? Koliko mu ima?
Kako?
Vidi ga, koliko godina ima?
Ima 10 godina.
A jest, lijep. Što slušal?
Šta?
Slušal te.
Čekaj.
Do, brate. Ajde. Bejna, pozdrav. Nunara, kako je pozdrav od Bečara iz Grede. Pozdrav, braćo. Pozdrav. Jesse, brate, Slovenija grmi. Ljudi, Slovenija. Alo? Kako si? Jesse?
Odlično.
Šta radiš?
Evo ništa.
Ima zime.
Ima ovdje minus.
U kojem zgradu?
Kranj.
Kranju?
Da.
Kranj, opasan tamo. Koliko ti je godina?
17.
Bravo. Top. Lijepa ti je kosa.
Malo sam ginger, ali nema veze.
Šta si po prirodi?
Kosta misliš ili?
Ja.
Crna.
Ja. Kako se farbala?
Farbom, sama.
Nemoj zezat. Sama?
Da.
Mrkvo moja.
Brate, ti streamuješ, ja tebe znam. Moj brat gleda tvoj videi.
Odbino?
Da. Malo pregledao, evo sad se uspavao sa tvoj video od YouTube.
Koliko mu godina?
9.
Šta je gledao?
Ma, nemam pojma.
Da.
Ja sam ušla, ugasila telefon i izašla.
Dobro, ništa. Pozdrav puno brata svog.
Važi.
Ajde. Ej. 9 godina, kurac, šta? A šta mene gleda s 9 godina, maj? Malo sam džinđa. Ej, brate, šta je sa Slovenijom? Brate, kako je zima, sve nake se više se skidaju zim. Au.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Kaša šajba. To me zdjeka
Šuti kad ja pričam. Šuti. Brate, ovo je ludnica. Hajde na genštu gredu, blizu. Na genšt, jel? Mogu, brate, na kuhano crno vino da dođe. Ćao, punce. Što me ne volite, punce? Evo ga, ljudi, Mario je došao nakon prozivki. Dugo očekivan. Mario, zajebo nas je Marioksi, ljudi. Gledaj sisa što igra. Jesi. Hvala, Pejna. Zimbabwe. Hello, Zimbabwe. How are you? I'm so fine tonight. How old are you?
I'm 17. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay.
It's perfect. What's your name?
Samia.
Samia. Samir. I'm Samir. Samir.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice. I like your hair.
My?
Hair.
Oh.
Yeah. Nani? Idi svojim. Yes. It's natural.
No.
Do you have boyfriend?
No.
Show me your ass. What?
What?
Zimbabwe su punoljetne. 15. Jel de? Do you have boyfriend?
No.
You go to school? Sretan, ljudi, molim te, čestitaj rođendan Majd Dimac. Majd, inače, on iz Njemačke, a zenčka je krv, sestro, razumiješ? To je moj brat. I možeš čestitat rođendan, reći Majde, sretan rođendan.
Kome?
Majdu.
Sretan rođendan, Majde.
Majde, volimo te, brate, nek sam živ.
To volimo te.
Bravo, odakle si?
Iz Sarajeva.
Bravo, dušo, koliko ti je godina? Ne pite.
16.
Kako škola?
Ma super, baga.
Jel, koja škola? Šta ide?
Mašinska.
Bravo. Kako je vrijeme dole?
Ma dobro, nije loše, kiša pada.
Dobro, nije loše, kiša pada.
Jebi ga.
Jeboga. Češ za Novu godinu?
Ma ko traje.
Jel li dan danas vi sjedete jedno 15-20, mi smo prije dok sad mi od tvojih godina, mi sjedemo mjesec dana prije pravimo spisak šta ćemo i kako ćemo.
Ma jes, isto je.
Isto je, jel? Hvala Bogu, nek se to makar nije promijenilo.
Ma je.
Dobro, ništa, uživaj, čuvaj se.
Hvala i ti.
Aj, čao. Vizarde. Hvala, Vizarde. Ljubi brat Viza moj. Mac.
Ne djelaj mi mace.
A voli mace, kunemce, znaš ko.
Vidi.
Ja sam imao jednu bijelu, brat.
Bijel.
Ban. Nepošto me čaj. Oj, brate, ja ne znam što ja ove panove dobijam. Brate, ovo je nemoguće. Majke, da ja ove panove dobijam. Ne dam bolu da me slomi. Kako ovako ja ove panove dobijam, brate? Ovo niko banove ne dobija ko ja mislim. Da, znam, Amre, da me namjerno reportaju. Znam, brate. Što im radim? Ništa, ni s kim. Nek stam ako normalno pričam, brate. Ja volim bakari.
A streamaš?
Ja. Nika.
Nikad ti.
Nikad ti znaš, odi vamo.
To je ti, Mumi.
Jest.
A to je staro Martića.
Da, Mumi.
Nije Slovenac. Živi u Sloveniji.
Ja živim. Bravo, ja.
Ali ne znaš slovenski.
Malo, nabadam.
Dobro, nema veze, znam ja srbo-hrvaščinu.
A znaš li bosanščinu?
Da.
Ja, odakle ste?
Domžale.
Nisam u stvari bio u Domžale.
Stvarno je fino.
Da. Kako škola?
Nije fino, svi glumiju mafiju.
Mafiju?
Ma, glumiju mafiju.
To je za mene grad, moram ja da dođem tamo da glumim mafiju. Bez zebanci. Koliko vam je godina?
Ako ćeš ti glumit mafiju ovim malim...
Neću, šalim se, ja ću fin biti. Koliko vam je godina?
17. A se redi kako... Da, 17.
Bravo, super, neka, mašala, napreduje se. Dobro, ljubi vas brat, čuvajte se.
I ti se čuvaj.
Ajde se. Ej. Što si mi poznat?
Ja tebi poznata.
Gledaš na TikToku?
Par puta, ali nisam tako često.
Ne, isto ko da si mi bila izletla na par klipova kad sam isto.
Moguće, palila sam se skoro, ali ne lajvam sam.
Ali ja imam osjećaj da bi ti ubla na TikToku, majke.
Ja?
Da, ja vidim to, u nas se kaže po čeli, po licu, ja vidim da si opasna i da znaš da odgovoriš, da ti, da si verbalno jaka, bez jebancije.
Pa znam ja da obrusim, ali...
A emotivna si puno, a?
Jesam.
A dobro, znači šta, inače, jesu gamer neki?
Nisam. Ovo je od prijatelja stolica.
A od prijatelja? A on igra igrice te neke, jel?
Pitaj Boga šta radi, uglavnom...
Ti sad kod njega, jel?
Jesam.
Bravo, jel Nova godina se tu slavi?
Pa, spontani smo, tako da ćemo vidjeti put.
A gdje si ovdje, odakle si z Balkana?
Pola sam Srpkinja, pola Crnogorka.
Opasna kombinacija, opasna. A gdje si, koji grad?
Da se šta? U Austriji živim.
A koji grad u Austriji?
Vin.
Ne, stari, u Beču. Kako je on sad lijep u decembru. Što je bolan?
Zavisi za koga je. Ovo mjesto lijepo. Od rođenja.
Od rođenja si ti tamo. A lijepo izgledaš, Boga, bez jebancije.
Hvala ti.
I styling je top.
Hvala.
A
odakle si ti?
Ja, iz Visokog.
Visoko, ok. A gdje živiš?
Sad sam u Ljubljani trenutno.
Ljubljana, ok.
Da. Jel tu prijatelj do tebe?
Jeste, evo ga tu.
Gdje je, brat, da ga vidim malo?
Da, ima ja.
Gdje si, Nunara?
Šta je, brate? Znam ovu prenu.
Njega.
I tebe, a brate, što su meni svi ljudi, brate, nakasam. Stariji.
Čekaj, dat ću mu, pošto te ne čujem.
Aha, okej. Brate.
Pa gdje si, Nunara?
Brate, šta ti je to prijateljica, jel? Čekaj, jel, taka prijateljica, baš prijateljica. Kako?
Kako lijepo, kako?
Koliko se dugo znate?
Ima dosta. Što?
Ja nemam prijateljice nijedne, a imao sam.
A imao si?
Probao sam, ali ne mogu da imam.
Ne možeš, jel?
Majke mi moji, znači luda.
Treba sam znat.
Znam ja, brate, meni je svaka druga sestra bila, brate moj. Koliko je godina?
Gdje si?
Moje godište.
Ja.
92.
93. ne? Ja.
Kako se zove?
Marijana.
Gledaj, a koliko smo slični. Brate, liči mi na bivšu. Daj mi je vamo sekundu.
Ja ću sam dok prominem.
Maki, drago mi je, ja sam Namik.
Drago mi je. Drago.
Znaš što sam baš s tobom odmah smo se mislim, nemoj se, ali ličiš mi dosta na bivšu.
Joj, nemoj molim te, pa da je bila dobra, ne bi bila bivša.
Ne, stani nas, jebi ga, nismo se htjeli rastati, ali tako i kako je. Ona je bila vani, strankinja je, razumiješ, i to, i morala ići da putuje i daljina nas razvojila, ništa loše nije bilo, razumiješ?
Ok.
To ti kažem, ne, majke moje, zato kažem, ono, na šta ja inače volim plave djevojke, bez jebanci, meni plave su još zove...
Da bi je rekao Neno.
Neno, rekao već, Neno, moj brat. Koje su to moje oči?
Joj, ne znam, evo.
Znaš šta sam Nenu Marijana pitao?
Šta?
Kako je moguće da se održi muško-žensko prijateljstvo?
Može. Čitala sam kratko tu komentare, nebitno, neću ništa protiv tvojih ljudi da kažem.
Da su pisali. Ne, oni su takvi, oni hoće da nas smiju, maki.
Ok.
Ne sve oni ozbiljno.
Ali može da se održi prijateljstvo između muškarca i žene. Ako imaš takav stav.
Ja.
Mislim, žena nije objekat, muškarac isto nije objekat da bi se bilo šta radilo.
Znam ja sam, znaš šta se meni desilo? Kad sam ja izgubio taj osjećaj da mogu imati prijateljicu. Ja sam imao 2 najbolje prijateljice. Ako kad sam imao neki 22-23 godine. I mi smo kod prijatelja odšli, razumiješ? I sve super, mi se volimo, sve ko moja, sve mi je ekstra bilo, nismo tu noć ni populi. I ajmo šta ćemo, imamo taj jedan veliki krevet, razumiješ, ajmo iz zajebancije nas troje tu leći. Kontaž. I legli nas troje, ja sam u sredini, između njih 2. Tu sam ja sam sebe testirao. Tu mi je kraj i bio moja maki, razumiješ? Ova me jedna iz zajebancije kaže, vidi koji su mi boje gaće. Ja kad sam vidio gaće maki, još je tada izvine štange nosila, znaš. Tu je mene malo prevrlo, ja krenem na nju, jer sam mislio da je to neki povod da hoće da imamo trojku, da izvineš, razumiješ? I tad sam je izgubio, kaže, Nuni, mi smo tebe tu testirale, ti nam nisi u stvari pravi prijatelj, ti nas hoćeš da izvineš, da jebeš, pa brate, kako te neću, pokazuješ mi gaće.
Pa, normalno, ali ja takve odnose sa Nenom uopšte nemam.
Ne pokazuješ mu gaće i to.
Ne do Bog. Znači ja njemu kažem da posudim u gaće da mi ih rastegne slobodno, a da ja pokazivam da se skidam gola pred njim, tamam posla.
Dobro, da ih rastegne, ne može.
Pa pošto je malo širi od mene, bit će 100% rastegnuto.
Da, kako si visoka ti?
1,58 m.
Ja volim bakare. Vola Neno, ovo je idealno za mene. Ovo je Neno idealno za mene. Ja ne...
Znam.
Pa evo, Neno je 1,60 m, kad stanem pred njim, malo sam niža.
Koliko je Neno?
Neno, ti piripi. Isto koji ja.
Vidi, ja sam visoči, ja sam 1,70 m.
Ok.
To je taman, jel da je maki?
Taman.
Joj, lutka, zato stinjam prijateljica zbog visine, sad sam ja skoro.
Nisam, ne. Ne. Vidi, ja sam njemu rekla, smatram ga kao brata.
Brapa.
Sve mu ko priča.
Znaš šta se meni dešava? Evo, neki dan ja u klubu i prilazi mi cura pompa, plava, krmi, da izvineš, guzovi se, ne, krmi. Ja kontam, reko, prilazim, evo, prolaz, sve ovo ono. I mi u priču, sve super, zajebanci, ovo ono, ja njoj Instagram krenuo, ja napadat barite. Ona mene sam presjeća, ovako se oče od mene vidi. Potapša me, kaže, ja sam ti brat. Sad kontam, nije nam lako kad smo mali.
Nije vam lako kad ste mali.
Lako, brate moj, dobri. A te mi reci, Maki, imaš li Instagram ili nešto?
Imam.
Kako mogu do Instagrama doći?
Ako ti dođeš, doći će svi ostali.
A čekaj, gdje ti je telefon?
Daj mi telefon.
Ajde, uzmi telefon, Maki.
Tu je napunjač.
Znaš šta, Maki, vidi ovo sad. Znaš kako ćemo ti ja odraditi sad fazon jedan? Ajde napiši namik.nuni na Instagram.
Kako?
Namik.nuni. Jes našla?
Ja mislim da je...
Hajde sad pošalj ti meni poruku. Hajde ti sad meni poruku pošalj. A Maki, Ja, Maki. Sad ću vama nešto reći. Jes poslala Maki?
Jesam.
Čekaj, nije mi došla zahtjevi. Što mi nije došla?
Moraš da ideš... Gdje su ovo? Anfragen. Tu, u tom dijelu.
Pa idem Anfragen, ali nema Maki.
Ima?
Evo na Anfragenu sam.
Čekaj. Span telefon kratko.
Da, Maki je top kultura, cura, vrati. Zadnja porka, cvrčak.
Pogledaj sada ko te zapratio.
Bravo. Sad je problem što će i on vidjeti da si me zapratila.
Ali otpratit ću te odmah.
Čekaj, ja ne trebamo se pratiti, bravo. Čekaj, gdje vidio sam ovo ja, Maki? Da. Evo. Jel stiglo?
Jeste.
Bravo. A vidi nije kako ozbiljno mi šalje ovako. Maki, znaš kako? U životu, znaš kako ti ja život gledam, Maki? Smijem li zapaliti, hoće odsmetat?
Smije da se zapali.
Ajde puši, ba, idi po cigare, slobodno.
Daj cigare, babo.
Idi po cigare.
Evo Nino će da mi donese.
Nemoj da Neno donosiš, što ga tako i ti donesi.
A konobar.
A ne možeš tako, Neno.
A ne možeš tako, Nino.
Neno, idi u WC.
Nino, idi u WC, kaže ti. Čekaj da ga protera.
No, šta sam htio reći? Vidi ovo, Maki. Znaš kako ti ja na život gledam? Sve što se u životu dešava. Evo ti i ja sad ovdje. Sve s razlogom. Majke mi. Znači, ova flaša je tu večer. Ja sve gledam tako, ne? Sve je tako.
Moram ti jednu stvar reći.
Reci.
Ja za tebe nikad čula nisam da nije bilo ovo gospodine da mi je rekao.
To je još bolje.
Eto.
To je još bolje, Maki. To je. Znači, sad smo još više kupla. Jer znaš šta se meni dešava? Mene cure vole, ne vole me što sam lijep, što sam zgodan, već me vole što sam popularan. Pa zovem to. Kontaš šta ti govori, Maki. I svaka bi sa mnom bila radi moje popularnosti. A u stvari... tako je. A u stvari karakterom kad me upozna, pa pola ne bi me puštala kako sam ja, brate, karakterom. Ja kad Maki zavolim, sve ti dajem, bona. Nikad prevario curu nisam. Nikad. Kad sam u ljubavi, ne gledam druge cure, ne komentarišem, ne dopisujem se, apsolutno ništa. Za mene si ti, samo ovako gledam, ti si jedina. S tobom mogu cure gledam, s tobom mogu cure komentarisati. Ovako sam da gledam druge žene, ne do mi Bog.
Dobro, to si upravo. Ali to ne znaju puno.
Ne znam, još jebi ga, skoro smo isto godište, malo razumiješ, iskusniji smo, znaš kako to ide, Maki. Ne treba meni sad da ja gledam neke balavice vamo, da ovo, da ono. Ja stvarno tražim, evo sad u zadnje vrijeme, malo slobodan sam, evo par mjeseci, već bio sam u dugoj vezi. Baš gledam došlo mi opet emocije nenake, Maki pucaju kad legnem sad na krevetu ovdje, razumiješ. Da mi je rekao nešto ozbiljno naći, da mi je neku normalnu curu, stariju, vrate, naći. Normalno sa dobrim poslom, sa dobrim razmišljanjem, sa svim, vrate. A nema, vrate, mene samo ove hoće za jednu noć, moja Maki.
Možda ti hoćeš za jednu noć?
Ja? Ne. A sad ti kažem, neću, odbijam ih. Razumiješ? Neću, jednostavno čekam onu pravu. Nikad ne znaš šta znam, brate. Vidi koliko je, a šta je ljudi u pravu? Što je u pravu?
To je moj komentar.
Što je u pravu?
Jesam ja u pravu ili ti?
Ti.
A ja upravo, hvala vam puno.
Kakve ti momke voliš karakterom i to?
Karakter da je lojalan, da je iskren i da mogu da se dogovarim s njim. Sve ostalo, ako ne paše, ja samo kažem čao, zdravo.
Pošteno. Šta si ti u horoskopu?
Jel vjeruješ u to?
Ne vjerujem, nego onako da vidim šta si. Ovan? To pitam pročito u čatu, razumiješ? To je standardno pita. Jer mene, vidi, ovo volim, brate. ovo volim ljudi moji, jer ja sam nakon da se dopisujem, da pričam s curama, ovako uđem u šemu i odmah me pitaju šta su u horoskopu i onda mi kucaju tamo na chat GPT-u, ti Jovan, ja lav, aha, mi se slažemo u tom, mi se ne slažemo u tom, opasna je to situacija.
A ti si lav?
Lav. Evo karavana, gledaj ga, vidiš, Maki mi pare donosi, pa Maki ja volim pare donosi. Ne, volim što ovako, mislim, cura normalno, volim kad pričam, ne volim kad nekad dođe. Karavane pala, u zadnje vrijeme samo ja pričam nešto, Maki. S kojom god curom stanem, ja pričam, ne znaju dvije progovoriti, kontaš šta ti govori. A izvini što te pitan, čime se bavi?
Radim u jednoj farma industriji.
Bravo.
Ali previše mi je nekad. Noćna smjena, kao što kažem i Nenu, na primjer, radim od 10 do 6 ujutro, ja da bi bila udata, kad ja mog muža da vidim. Kad bi bila udata.
A kad bi bila, izvini?
Ne, kad bi bila udata.
Jesi imala kakve ozbiljne veze i to?
Jesam 2.
Koliko?
A to davno biješe. Jedna je 2 godine bila, druga je 3 godine bila.
Kad zadnji put bila?
U vezi?
Ja.
Davno to biješe.
Ja nisam ženska vidio 4 mjeseca, ako vjeriš. Nema vremena posla.
To ti vjerujem. A i za ozbiljno ne možeš lako ništa ni naći.
Ne može, teško je danas naći. Nema. Ti govoriš ja od za jednu noć, ma kako bolan, to je lako danas naći, ali neću ja to bolan. Mene to ne privlači, razumiješ? Daj malo da pričam. Znaš šta sam poželio, Maki?
Šta?
Da sjedim na večer, da neku nazovem na video poziv da pričam o životu. Ona je jako. Znaš, da jedno drugog savjetujemo, pa ovo, pa ono. Fali mi to, bolan. Fali mi, Maki.
Ti vjerujem.
A znam da mi vjeruješ, nema, vrati. Sve mi ovo, pogotovo kako sam se sad vamo preselio, koja god mi dođe OnlyFans, ovo, ono, drži, ne daj, neću to jednostavno.
Pa da, zato me nagovara ovaj moj prijatelj da ja počnem, ali ne.
Što da ne? A stani.
Ne.
Stani. Okej.
Ne.
Ne. Stani.
Nije sve u parama. Da ja prodajem svoje tijelo radi...
Moraš tijelo, bona, stavit ćemo masku, prodaj tabane.
Ne.
A ja.
Neno mi rekao, prodaj oblačene stvari.
Od 100%. Ona, mislim, ovako se vidim, lijepa si, zgodna si, super se držiš, boga mi, top si. Koristiš li šta?
Hvala. Ne, ništa. Majka priroda.
Sve majka priroda.
Da.
Metar 55, bombon, majka. Danas je teško na letna.
55 nisam.
58, koliko?
58.
Koliko?
58.
Hoću ti to reći da danas, majke, ja, znači uzadim, samo neke silikonjare, nešto ono, razumiješ? Nema više, bolan, teško. Nama je danas muškarcima šok kad naletimo na neku prirodnu djevojku.
Ja sam isto primijetila dosta po muškarcima. Volimo prirode, na kraj ih vidim svaki. Napuhane.
Bravo.
To sam primijetila. Ne vrijedi to, ne mogu ni to vjerovati muškarcu kad kažem volim prirodne cure, zato što sam primjećivala nešto drugo.
Evo sad ću ja pokazat, ja sam isto prirodan, sam sekunda da nađem nešto. Samo sekunda moja.
Echt?
Moraš me njemački, moraš me taj njemački naučiti. Ne znam progovoriti njemački.
Ne znaš?
Slabo, Maki mi njemački ide, ja rane. Ne mogu ga nabaviti.
Baš nuni, baš volim prirodne.
Ja, samo priroda.
Namik je samo Zalijski radio.
Kako je Zalijski?
Nalažem sve. Nuni na...
Čekaj da se neku pokažem. Mislim, priroda je majka. Vidiš, na primjer, kako ja sam stvarno, ono, mogu se pohvaliti, razumiješ? Vidiš ovo.
Evo, to tačno što pišu da si na keratin.
Kerozin?
Keratin, ne znam nija što. Keratin je za kosu, ljudi.
Dobro, pijem kreatin i protein.
Pa to je nešto drugo, to ako treniraš...
To nije da se bodemo u guzu da izviniš. Tako.
To se zove testosteron.
Kako?
Testosteron.
Ja. Sad ću ti mog prijatelja pokazat koji je na testosteronu. Znači,
Pa to se odmah primijeti.
Odmah, že neće, sašli. Evo, na primjer, čekaj. Evo vidiš ovo, on je na testosteronu. A ovaj ti je na paurinima, čekaj da mi pokažem. Evo, ovaj ti je na paurinima.
Bemba.
Bemba?
Bemba. Ovaj ti je na paurinima. Ja s njima vodim život. Znaš kako je meni zabavan život? Jedan na steroidima, jedan na ovima paurinima. Ako jedan ne prevrne, drugi će prevrnuti. A ja... Kaži, ovaj je na speedu. Nije ljudi, ne drogira se. Aki sama paurine udara. Šta vam je? A ja... A de mi recimo, Aki, sad, ti ne voliš te velike nabildane momke, jel?
Ranije su me privlačili, ali sad...
Znaš da PlayStation igram?
Ne znam. Ja imam 2 lijeve ruke.
Ajde da te naučim, idi mi donesi onaj joystick. Imam, pazno.
Give me a joystick.
A što ne jedu bona tjeraš, idi ti donesi.
Ja da donesim.
Sve ne jedu.
Pa nekako da kad... Jel, može ovaj kabel?
Može.
Uspjela sam.
Čekaj, vidim sam gdje je moj joystick.
Was soll ich jetzt machen mit dem? Er will, dass ich viel Joystick.
Vidio. Nemam sad da te naučim joysticka, ali ne, već slušaj.
Ja imam opciju.
Vidi ovo. Ja imam jednu, baš to, znaš šta mi je želja? U zadnje vrijeme na TikToku, znaš šta mi izliječuje? Možda ne znam jesam gledala. Zaljubljeni par igraju neku igricu na PlayStation, onako zima, snijeg, padan, vani. Šta je?
Joj, Noni! Sram vas bilo.
Šta sam sad radio?
Vidite, gledajte da ste uopšte sam
Samo pored da ustane.
Ne! Ko je to napisao u čatu?
Joj, pored. Čekaj, ti je to. Aleksandar Arsenić, izvini.
Aleksandar, je moguće da tako, što bi ja ovako divnu, krasnu djevojku nešto na to utjeru, niđe veze, brate. Nego neću, brate, da neno, više konstantno neno, brate. Ovdje neno ispada žensko. Ja nikad to nisam radio, brate. Ja ako bi rekao, brate, rekao bi odmah, bio bi iskren i realan prema Marijani.
Evo, suat.
Ne, rekao bi Marijana odmah, izvini, možeš li ustati da te vidim, rekao bi ti iskren odmah, ne bi bako na ove fore.
Mimke.
Neno, ne, ovo on meni psuje. Neno, jebote konj, meni. Ne skiraj se ovo ovdje, ne skiraj se. Nemojte, znači, cura je kultura, top, možda i moja buduća, nikad ne znamo, brate, tako da nemojte se zajebavati, pisat koje kakve stvari. Čekaj,
ako hoćeš ustaću. Samo priznaj. Samo iskreno sa mnom i to je to. Sad se me stvarno malo
Pa vidi šta da ti kažem, Maki, vidiš da sam se zacrvenio sam, Naka, sad.
Pa ja mislim, ja se još više crvena.
Pa ja razum, mislim, stvarno, nisam gledao kad si ustala, iskreno čuo sam po joystick, jer neću da bude nekulturno, ali volio bi te stvarno vidjeti, jer imam ošćaj da si prezgodna, majke.
Pa onako, mislim svaka cura na svoj način zgodna.
Da, a kako si ti zgodna?
I krupnije cure.
Ne, ja volim onako male, sićušne, sad normalno da izviniš gustom, tijelom. Volim, znaš šta najviše pupak? Ja volim lijep pupak kod ženska, da je onako čisto tijelo. Ja imam možda da ti baš onako, mislim, nemoj se što uvrijediti, ali tebi je ten, imam ošćaj predobar. Da ti je boja...
Idem u solariju.
Ozbiljno?
Da, idem u solariju. Inače sam blijeda ko krpa.
Kakva si sad?
Pa sad u solarijuma, tamna.
Vidi, maš. Jel to piercing imaš?
Imam.
Lažeš.
I na ušima.
Na pupku ga imaš?
Da.
Da vidim.
Da vidim.
to onaj što visi.
Što visi?
Majko moja draga. Vidi ovo, Marijana, ja sam te pisova. Znači, ni Neno, ni ti, ni ja nećemo znati da se ti i ja dopisujemo.
Neno će sve znati.
A nemoj da Neno zna sve.
Neno sve zna o meni.
Znači, bit će nas troje.
Ne u svakim situacijama.
Ja, razumijem.
Ne u svakim situacijama.
Ne u svakim. Pa normalno, slažem se s tobom i svim, nemoj me pogrešno shvatiti. Nego onako, šta znam, uvala mi nekako, Marijana, ne znam, mislim, stvarno stop, djevojka, neću da pomstiš ako nešto kažem da te šta uvrijedim ili nešto, stvarno i ja volim iskrenost prije svega i kažem ti odmah da su stvarno moj tip djevojke, u svakom smislu, evo sad i karakterom vidim da si, da me imaš to nešto što ja tražim.
To se s vremenom
da.
Je ko, da.
A vjeruješ li ti u ljubav na prvi pogled?
Ne.
Ja od večeras vjerujem.
Od večeras.
Od večeras baš vjerujem, razumijem. Ovo sam pročitao foru iz čata, da znaš.
Šta?
Pa ovo, brate, mora malo da kriđa. Da. Majko, nije.
Htjeo ga gurat s poštovanjem. Bejo,
šta kaže Bejo?
Svakome da mi ga gura.
A gdje biti prijatelj, kakav je to muškarac kada ga bar jednom nije htio gurati? Vidi, zato ja zato kažem svaka čast, jer ja pored tebe, pored takve djevojke ne bi ti mogao biti prijatelj, jer podijel me moji hormoni ti kontaš prema naš, jebi ga.
Pa ne znam da li igraju Nenove
emocije, hormoni, prema...
Da.
Izvini, ali ja mislim da ga je Neno pepa na tebe. Da, Marijana, vjeruj mi, to je muško, znam ja, makar jednom.
Jel ja si Neno? Super,
Jest, vidiš da je istina.
Ja u to ne ulazim.
O to ti pričao, vrate, to je to. I zato ali dosta sam ja čuo takvih situacija, da iz prijateljstva se najbolja ljubav rodi.
Pa jedino ako nisi mrtvi konj ko ja. Onda te rađe
bit ćeš ti pored mene. Ne skiraj se, nema. Sve samo nisi mrtvi konj pored mene. Vjerujem. Znaš šta, ja sam ti momak od akcije, Marijana.
Ko šta?
Ja sam ti rekao momak od akcije. Od akcije. Man of action, razumiješ? Volim baš akciju. Da je konstantno da se nešto dešava, razumiješ? Makar 5 put dnevno. Da se zajebam, da izlazimo malo u kino, malo ovo, malo ono. Stvarno, volim u fullu da nam se cijeli dan ispuni onako, razumiješ? Sa mnom nikad nije dosadno. Mislim, ovo sve riječi, ali na dijelima sam još jači. Mislim, imam to samopouzdanje u sebi, razumiješ?
Slični smo po tome.
I ti si isto od akcije, jel? Bravo, top.
Pa vatreni znakovi su inače takvi.
Imam osjećaj da si ti u krevet. Nisam to htio reći, stani,
ne pali vatru, Neno je tu.
Nisam, izleti mi bona, nešto sam drugo htio reći. Jebem ti, nemaš,
A u krevetu sam mrtvi konj.
Kako znaš?
Pa spavam i to je to. Ne dešava se ništa.
Ni meni ništa, zadnjih 4 mjeseca mrtav konj.
Pa eto, ne dešava se znači ništa.
Malo da odradimo neke trke. Trke bona, ja se volim kockati isto.
Kockati, ja ne.
Na konje da stavljam.
Okej.
To, Da mi reci kad se zadnji put ljubila s momkom nekim?
članstvo. To je trajalo od avgusta do novembra i nije bilo kako treba. A ja to je zadnji put bilo.
Koji smo dala?
Pa, imali smo kontakt, duži period.
Ja. O dobro, ti si opet dobra. U novembru.
Od avgusta do novembra, a znala sam ga duže period.
Blago se tebi jebote. Ja zadnji put kontakt imao od januara do februara.
Kratko.
Dobro, u tih mjesec dana se baš udaralo.
Pa nisam se udarala, to je bilo kao nešto da bude veza, međutim nije uspjelo.
A nije onaj glavni kontakt bio, jel?
Svakakvi kontakt.
Onaj fiktivni.
Kakav?
Možda pal?
Neću sada zapalim. Ne znam kakve su komentare.
Nije dobri su komentari.
Stoluni, hvala te, ono.
Na čemu, brate, Neno? Šta kaže Neno? Maki, vjeruj mi. Znam ja što on razmišlja, sad od mene ne čuje šta ja pričam. Čuti, nemoj da gledat ona. Ali reći ti, oko muško, ono što sam ti malo pre rekao, ali on je tolika duša od momka da ti to nikad neće priznat i više voli da si ti tu pored njega jer mu godiš, jer mu pašiš, ali uvijek mi u podsvijesti imamo te neke prljave stvari, razumiješ, mi smo muškarci, to je tako, kontaž. Ali danas došlo vrijeme, Maki, da više žene ove nove generacije, jel ne? Više one navaljuju nego mi muškarci. Slažiš se s tim?
Pa, iskreno da. Za korist, za interes, da. Muškarci, na primjer, idu na nešto ozbiljno, pa se
zajebu,
pa se izneveruju na kraj, uhvatu neku finu curu, mislu isto da je takva i na kraju...
Znaš šta ja njima kažem, Maki, ovoj omladni? Bolje vam je sad se zaljubiti, zavoliti dok ste mladi, razumiješ da...
Ne. Nek oni živu svoj život. Kad budu stali na svoje noge i kad zazrelu, neka onda razmišljaju u braku.
Dobro, Bona, što treba mi zavoliti sad, jarane, kontaž, bubam, sa 25 godina da mi zavoli, da je oženi, da ne zna ni ko je, ni šta je, ni kakva treba. Ja kažem, bolje propati, bolje voli sad dok si mlad, jarani, kasnije ćete to sve ojačati. Bar je meni tako u životu bilo, razumiješ?
Da, ali ako idu na tu priliku da dobiju djecu, onda je problem što ispaštaju djeca.
On to ti pričam.
To je to.
O to ti pričam, ona. Zato meni je sekunda falila da se oženi. Bio sam Bona 2 godine zaručen.
I šta je bilo?
A mačka nas razvojila.
A mačka?
Ja, ona rekla, hoću ja mačku tam vama, ja rekao, hoću ja i tu se posvađamo i jebi ga, zbog mačke se i rastanemo. A šta ću, ali dobri smo i danas smo u dobrim odnosima. Znaš, nije sad da se čujem, ali kad bi se vidjeli, pozdravili se šta ima, kako. Ja sam takav ti, meni svaka bivša koju god imam, ja sam ostao u dobrim odnosima s njom.
Ja ne, kod mene su na blok listi i tu stavaju. Da. Meni to ne treba.
Ništa, pametno.
Da je valjalo, bilo bi... I sad fragnu. Hoćemo za novu godinu da streamujemo zajedno?
Hoćemo.
Što sve to pita?
Ja streamam za novu, pa hoć doći. Hajde dođu u Ljubljanu.
Pa zato što pitaju ljudi u komentarima.
Pa hajde dođu u Ljubljanu.
Moraš i njima malo da odgovoriš.
Daj mi, Maki, hajde dođu u Ljubljanu za novu godinu.
U Ljubljanu?
Bez zebancije.
Aj ti prvo vamo za Austriju, pa...
Ali sad ja imam ovaj projekat, radim. Ne mogu nigdje da idem, moram biti ovdje.
Okej.
Znaš, pošto sam se tek preselio, čekam ovu vizu, pa neću da rizikujem ništa, tu sam. Trebala bi ti doći u Ljubljanu. Bez zajebancije. Ne treba ti ništa. To je samo da dođeš.
Treba mi, kako ne treba mi ništa.
Ne treba ti, imaš mene, ja ću sve riješiti. Evo kaže gorivo za Austriju. Ljudi, jesmo onako našli neku normalnu zanunija djecu. Čekali smo naš i otkad mi ovo Maki čekamo. Čekamo zadnje 2 godine da se neko pojavi koji nije ovako osoba. Zdravog razuma, zdravog razmišljanja, bez da se naljuti da možemo o svemu pričati. Tako to razumijem.
A koliko ti ljudi sad stvarno gleda? 700.
Ne, a vidi, ovo je ništa, da ti kažem ja.
Za mene je to...
Nije ovo ništa. Ja, ako ti dođeš, ja ću tako napraviti nešto da će nas gledat preko 3-4 hiljade ljudi, ja ti garantujem. Ali bitno mi je kakva si ti pred kamerama. Vidi ovo, vas svi šalju za gorivo. Ljudi, jel ovo počelo opet? Ljudi, srce za Nenu, brata. Neno nam je ovo počeo. Neno, brate naš. Idemo za goriva, ljudi. Slušaj me. Hvala Jatkiću, ajde. Ide, braćo, ide gorivo, ide naša Maki, napokon normalna neka djevojka. Kaže ovako, mogu ti ispričat nešto. Evo na što sam ja spreman, Maki, sad ću tebi nešto nudi ispričat, ovako. 2018. Brate, ovo je dobro. Šalju svi pare, Maki. Hoće svi da dođe. Hladna, još imaš papire. Maki, kaže, vidi ovo što te pali, ista Jelena Gocka. Fakat imaš malo to.
Neko mi kaže Slađa Allegro, neko je
Jest
Jelena.
Slađa, jest, bravo. Evo i kape, mog. Gledaj ovo, evo i kape, ljubi vas, brat. Evo za kapu na benzinku. Nema, ide, ljudi, ovako se skupljalo. Sad ću ja ispričat Maxi kako smo mi krenuli, ovako isto bilo situacija, brate. Hvala vam ljudi, Džapa, Arka, Kapo, Jasko, Mohamede, ajde, ljubi vas, brate. Sad ću ja ispričat priču, Maki men neće vjerovat na što sam ja spreman kad se meni žensko svidi. A budale jedne, oni ste vi ludi. 2018. Maki. Krenut ja sa YouTube-om u septembru. I nakon 2 mjeseca nađem neke 3 cure. Piše mi dole Španija. Što je rekao ovo, tamo mama drži, ne daje. I stanem ja u priču s njom. Ima 2 smeđe bile i 1 plava. I normalno ja sam ovu plavu izabrao. Svijen šedo mi zagorije. Ne da će ja morat sebi doći kako je krijelo. Nikad ne vidim ja koliko me treba da prijeći.
Koliko treba Ljubljane?
Auto treba, ima bio 6 sati.
S čime?
S autom.
S autom? Nije baš.
Koliko je?
Ako voziš ko ja, onda je za 4.
Bravo, Neno.
Pa ti ne voziš.
Ne, po navigaciji. Evo i za vinjetu, vidi ovo. Evo i do Šentlija. Šta je ovo, brate moj? Maki, eto me brzo izvini, moram samo uvijek sjet, pa nadok ovo.
Važi.
Sam da napišem nešto u čatu, da nas se skipa.
Neno.
Šta je?
Karamanu, Zuri moj, hvala braćo. Hvala vam, ljubim vas, brat. Samo da ispričamo priču. Ne sapunjaka, ljudi moji. Wo bist du in Österreich?
Wo bin ich in Österreich? In Wien?
Ja.
Ja.
Pošteno. Priznate, hvala.
Pitao je Jessa tačno iz Austrije.
Nema ovo počne, brat. Sam da kažem Samir Peć da ga volim. Sretan rođendan, ovo inače moj prijatelj, brat. Sretan rođendan još jednom. Kaže, Marijana, pass out, meine Bruder out.
Radiš mako, da pazim na tebe.
Brate, vidi se po njoj odmah da me pazila, majde, mola. Sti lud, brate, moj dobro. Vidi se odmah da me pazila. Hvala vam, ljubim vas, brat.
Pazi ga i Nena.
Neni da poneseš, evo kaže Neni da poneseš flašu Bejlisa. Neni ide, brate, karton.
Ja mislim da vidu
Šta pije?
Da sam ga navukao na Beli. Inače
Ajde, živio, brat moj, ljubi, brat. Ide, brate. Ne, Neno je kralj. Neno je kralj. Ajde, Jasko, I love you, motherfucker. I upoznam ja tu djevojku. Slušaj, ovo samo da tu putim u priču, koliko sam ja spreman kad se žensko svidi. Ona ti je tad bila na Kanarskim otocima u Španiji. Ja sam bio u Sarajevu tad. I ovako pričao s njom možda sat i pol, 2 maks, i ona meni reče, hajde, kaže, dođi ti na Kanarske otoke, da lajvamo zajedno, da se zezamo, da se družimo, svirili se jedno drugo. Rekao, nemo mi 2 put, reći si ozbiljna. Hajde, rekao, sutra da se čujemo, pošto ona tu noć popla, kad se otrezniš, ako mi sutra to kažeš, ja odmah dolazim. Sutra dan ja se budim, ona meni šalje porku, me zvala, ne mogu tačno reći, kaže, ozbiljna sam bila, dođi. Ja ne znam kome ide, Marijana, nemam pojma ko je, šta je strankinja, pričamo na engleskom, sve, znači, nemam pojma ništa. Taj dan sam ja kupio kartu odmah iz Austrije, baš iz Beča, za Kanarske otoke. Na kraj svijeta sam ja očuo radi ženska koju ne poznajem, koju znam 2 sata. A šta si ti od mene bona avionom sati? To je meni ništa, razumiješ? Jel idemo za Novu godinu ti ja?
Da streamuješ? Da.
Da streamujem i da se družimo, normalno.
Pa normalno.
Ja, ljudi. Dogovorit ću to, neću ništa, sad moramo da vas iznenadimo malo. Ja ću to s Marijanom privatno dogovoriti. Da, privatno ćemo dogovoriti Marijana i ja da streamamo i sve. Napokon neko normalno žensko s kim mogu o normalnim temama i da djeca slušaju naše savjete.
Bitno sam da sam muško.
Ja. A vidi ovo sad, kad ti ja nešto ozbiljno krenem, mislim, ne znamo ništa, primjer sad navodim.
Dobro.
Kad nešto... Da li bi ti imala muške prijatelje?
Neno ide u paket.
Pa vidi,
Jel Neno ide u paket?
Neno ide kao, da kažem, kao kum.
Ko kum?
Ko kum.
Dobro. Jer malo pre ono što sam te pitao, znaš, za pepanje, vidjela da se nasmio, pa to mi je malo...
Neno, evo ga, pitaj sam.
Pitaj ga.
Ne, ti pitaj ga. Bolje muško. Drugačije zvuči nego kad ga žena pita.
Taman da ti odeš po tu...
Oj, reci Monara, šta?
Jao Bože, pička mi ko zvučnik, jebte.
Ajmo dalje, šta?
Ajde, iskren, bratom budu.
Ajde.
Jesi ga ikad bacio na... Jebem to ustavno. A dobar je Neno, brat. Jes, majke mi, Neno je...
Monara, znaš koliko te ja dugo već znam?
Koliko ljubav, brat?
Ima si moj. Pa od kad si počeo, ja sam tad sarađivao sa Milan Čićom. Itd.
Ne možeš držat.
Mi smo, kad si ti imao Team Lens, ja sam imao Team Life na Discordu.
Dobro.
Meni si samo falio ti, Don Brada, čak i Goste s Bakan bio kod mene, od muđe otac i normalno Baka. I samo Delić je bio kod mene na Discordu.
Šta je bilo to?
Htio sam napraviti jedan veliki server za vas, sve ostalo.
Roleplay?
Ne, generalno server.
Aha.
Vi imate svaku svoju sobu, ali da ste na jednom serveru, svi Balkanci na jednom serveru.
Aha.
To je to.
Pa vidiš, on je u tom. Kaže Sema moj, znam ovog lika, ali Sema imen je poznat, majke mi, ne zajebam se kad sam ga vidio, Boga mi, imen je poznat odmah bio.
Pa pričali smo mi nedavno na Discordu. Davno nekad.
Pacom si mi, brate, znam to, ali ne mogu se sjetiti odakle ga znam.
Zato što sam imao 120 kila prije.
Nemoj se sad, smršao, jel? Koliko si smršao?
Pa od 120 do 70.
Bio s nama na Discordu, kaže Majda.
Majda. Oda, vidi ovo.
Uj, jebote, ko? Kako si smršao?
Dobio šećer.
I koliko?
Ma, od korone. Posle trećene injekcije.
Od injekcije mrtve. Jebo im.
Razbolio se ono.
Jevo, ma, još šta je ta korona, brate, te injekcije. Ja, znaš da nikad nisam htio da primim tu injekciju, brate.
Jebe ga, mi smo morali.
Ja u vas zakonski ono bilo, brate.
Ja, ili ćeš se zgub posao, ili ćeš...
Jebo, maštu, jarani, šta su nam uradili? Pičku, brate. Ali si mi dobar, brate, baš pozitivan, brate.
Ma joj, znaš kog, ma mene su prije tjerali da streamam. Isto se ja radio i Ome TV. Naletim ja na sve koji ti, jel?
Maja.
I dođem na ovog jednoga, kak se on zove, evo se, nebitno, malo goja za momak mi kaže, vid nenog se ovo diđe, majč tu puče stream, puče sve i se gotovo.
Jebem ti konja ti, jebem. Pa meni su banali Discord nedavno, jebo im ja mati, razboloti. Na Boga, bježi ja naravno. No ni što hoće da se smiješ, čovjek dobio šećer. Ko hoće da se smije, ste normalno?
Ne.
Jebote, ko? Dobar je Neno, daj nam gospodu nazad, halali Neno. Polako ljudi, polako. Sad, Neno, ali bez jebanci da dođete u Ljubljanu za Novu godinu.
Ok, dogovorit ćemo s njim.
Eto, imamo sad vamo kontakt, pa ću od nje uzeti i tvoj kontakt.
Može. Lakše ću ja tebe naći, ti mene.
Ja?
Ja.
Tiš mene lakše naš, brate.
Da.
A jevo te, svidio Marijane, kako mi godi, brate, svi mi se.
Jel da, prijatna, a?
Ma, baš je prijatna djevojka, jevo. Boga. Evo ljudi, napokon da i ja upoznam normalne ljude na ovom Omegleu, a ne sve neke kalapajdere, nešto. Nema ljudi. Još se ja večeras planiram, bilu palio live, ne bi trebao horor igrat sa prijateljima, vam, brate. Hoću, neću, neko, brate, malo do Omegle malo, ja. Da. Ništa ljudi moji, čuli ste Nenu, za Novu godinu nam dolazi. Neno i Marijana i lajvamo.
Ja kak se smije kad spomene ime, joj jesi lopina.
A Marijana prelijepo ime.
Jel da?
Majke moji.
Ko anđeo.
Bravo Miha, sve se događa sa razlogom, brate moji.
Da.
Sve. Ko? Ja ništa neđe. Daj Marijan sekund, sad ću je nešto reći.
Evo. Evo li to sam.
Pa ima.
Ima ništa.
Zamorla.
Bila kratko
do hali.
Za malu djevojčicu.
Aha. Piškla.
Dobro, to je malo.
Ja, pa dobro, nisam rekao pišala, piškla.
To.
Ja. Vidi ovo. Marijana. Tebi je 32 godine, meni je 33. Mi nemamo šta više čekati. Bez zajebanci. Ja mislim kad se ti ja upoznamo da je to.
Jesi siguran ti u to?
Mene nikad nije moj osjećaj van. Ali ozbiljno, ja vidim to u očima. Imam osjećaj da ćeš mi nekad malo jebat to. Mi to volimo, ne volim da si onako, razumiješ, neka samo da šuti, da govori jes, tako je. Normalno, bravo. Jer nisi tako i volim da mi kaže neću to, ne volim to, nemoj to, razumije, a ne da kaže pa može ljubavi, može bebo, može ovo. Ne, da nađemo neki kompromis u sredinu, jel tako?
To svakako. Mislim, tako ide i normalan brak ili veza.
Naravno, bravo Maki, to volim da čujem. Jer lijepo te gledat ovako, Boga.
Hvala ti.
Nema na čem, znaš pjevat?
Ne.
Ništa, imaš kakvog talenta u sebi? Nema veze.
Mislim da nema.
Imam ja i previše, daću ti malo svojih ovih talenata.
Ranije sam valjala da pevam, ali nisam vežbala na glasu i tako da...
Ti si talentovana čim si mene upoznala, vjerujem mi ovdje, to je to. Jesmo dogovorili novu godinu?
Jesmo.
Eto, ništa ljudi, to je to, dogovoreno sve, nećemo više ništa u detalje, to ćemo Maki i ja privatno. I još jedno pitanje, znaš li kuhat?
Znam. Samo ne znam da savijam, to sam rekla Nenu da me nauči.
Dobro, ono ostalo, standardno znam.
Sve znam. I grah, i pasulj. Sve.
Slano i slatko.
I slano i slatko. Torta je ukusna, ali ne ispadne vrhunski.
Nema veze. Nema veze. Ništa ljudi, sve dogovoreno. Čućemo se onda na Instagramu. Jel može? Drago mi da sam tu upoznao i tebe i Nene.
Također isto. I prijedno večer svim tvojim gledalcima.
Hvala, također i poljubi mi Nenu puno. Ajde.
U čelo.
U čelo. Ajde, čuvajte se. Ćao.
Također, ajde, čao.
Posle 1000 malera, sreća mi se desila, Bog me čuvao do sada, za tako lijepog anđela. Kada te vidim tako srećnog, posle toliko godina, i u rad sa tobom idem, ako znaš da to je ta, ako znaš da to je ta. Ona je neponovljiva, za mene jedna jedina.
Ljudi, od to napokon. Evo kome prati, brate, dugo. Znate da meni dođu ovako period. Evo nam Nene, brate, u čatu. Znate da je sve onako kako treba da bude polako. Budi strpljen. Strpljen spaši. Ništa ljudi, ali ozbiljno sad govorim, morat ćemo dogovoriti da dođu u Zagrbljanu. Još Nenu, ako vozi ovako brzo, za 4 sata je on tu, mjera. Ne, kulturna, brate, top, sve na prvu, polako, na prvu je top djevojka. Super, sve bit ćemo kad je upoznamo, sve šta i kako, tako da, sad ćeš moj rođendan koji ja. Kaže Nataša, ako se ona i ti smuvate, vici, Broki i ja ćemo. Ne znam šta vas dvoje čekate. Brate, ja mislim da ne bi trebalo kvariti Omegle poslije ovog. Al majke. Wow. Ljubite, našao sam djevojku. Hvala, Harne, hvala donacijama, ljudi. Ljubim vas, brat. S ovim donacijama taman mogu doći do Maribora.
Here's this young Boerse buku saudara. Ihr wisst, was das bedeutet. Schneehenry mit dem Löffel abgeben. Der wird nicht ganz bleich. Was geht's? Es geht auch um die nächsten Wahlen, Bundestagswahlen, Landtagswahlen und Kreiswahlen. Also CDU, SPD, Grüne. CDU, CSU, SPD, Grüne. Ja. Alle Bürgeramtsbetreter, alle Bürger Deutschlands, also die Wahl steht fest. CDU, SPD oder Grüne. Oder eine Mischung von beiden. Nur dreien. Okay? Okay. Notfalls, falls man sagt, ja, ich möchte eine Schule geben, einmal FDP merken. FDP merken, Grüne, SPD und CDU, CSU. Ja. Wir müssen auf 75% kommen. Los, machen wir mit. Sehr wahrscheinlich, aber naja, also alle, die es gehört haben, einfach, falls ihr nicht wählen wart, natürlich ist es immer gut, 10%, überhaupt im ganzen Kuchen, bitte weiter mitteilen mit den Medien. Ja, Medien dürfen Werbung machen. Ja, warum nicht? Ja, warum auch nicht? Schneehenry mit den Löffel abgeben. Über beim Bleichen. Am Arm auch ausreichen. Nochmal, wählt bitte die CDU, CSU, FDP, notfalls, SPD, Grüne. Also CDU, CSU, SPD, Grüne und falls ihr nichts zu melden habt, einfach FDP. Dankeschön. Ich mache noch ein Werbevideo. Also haben wir CDU, CSU, SPD und Grüne. Notfalls, dass man keine Wahl hat, FDP. Danke. Wagner, nicht so jetzt so, ja. Wagner, Knecht, wie auch immer. Wagenknecht. Kann man auch wählen, aber ja, eine Randerscheinung. Also mich bitte nicht wählen, ich finde das irre. Also schon irre. Ihr dürft, aber es bringt keinen wirklich weiter. Ansonsten, wenn man nicht will, möchte, man ist den Kreis. Mach einfach das gleiche wie ich, aber nur für ganz Europa. Und für die UN. Danke. Zieh mit, weißt du, dass meine anstatt von Sport und so viel Geld einfach mal alles für Bürger ausgeben. Auch für Bürger ausgeben. Und die Bürger kümmern so mehr Geld und geben dann Geld weiter. Ne? Mehr weiß ich auch nicht im Bundestag. Ja, also. Nicht vergessen, damals ihr habt einen Wohnsitz irgendwo in der Europäischen Union oder in Europa. irgendeine Stadt, in der wohnt, ganz einfach. Du brauchst Millionen, Trillionen und noch mehr, Quadrillionen, Billionen, Quadrillionen Geld. Und das gibst du deiner Stadt aus, haben 1 Million bis, weiß nicht, 100 Millionen Einwohner oder weniger, 100.000 Einwohner, und machst dich als Bürger, machst du dann zum Gleichgestellten. Dankeschön. Sehr, sehr lieb, danke. Das wird irgendwo klappen in Europa und da wollen wir überrüstet werden. Dankeschön. Das ist die Aufgabe, danke. Wie gesagt, Billionen, Quadrillionen ist sehr, sehr viel. Da ist Lokalitäten gewinnen. Ja. Dann braucht er einen Vertreter. Dann lieber CDU, CSU, SPD, und dann haben wir das dran gegessen. Ja. Ja. Also immer ein paar zur Auswahl. Können wir mal prüfen, ne? Dann eigentlich auch CDU, CSU, SPD und die Kandidaten durch. Ja. Das ist einfach, man fühlt so, wir fühlen uns zu Hause in Deutschland, in Europa. Ja. Wir sind eine europäische Partei. Also europäischen Bürger, bitte wählt CDU oder SPD, danke. Alle europäischen Bürger in Deutschland, wählt einfach allesamt CDU oder CSU oder die Grüne, danke. Oder notfalls FDP. Also das hier sind 1000, hier ist da 1000, eine Million, eine Milliarde, eine Billion, Billiarden, 590 Billiarden. Billiardenstücke zu 1 Euro. Trillionen, 12 Trillionen. Also sowas zum Beispiel einfach, wenn ihr wollt, einfach Projekte auflassen in Bezirken oder Kreisen, wo genau die Summe da steht, und Spielplätze, Schulen oder so gründen. Eine kleine Schule. Oder spart zusammen, das ist zusammengespart, halt 100 Mal mehr, 1000 Mal mehr, habt ihr auf jeden Fall eine Schule. Und Kindergarten, ne? Und eigene, ja, so Kinder habt ihr alle, also, man kommt durch ein Gebäude und die Familie bezahlt oder so, weißt du, meine? Also einmal, wählt bitte CDU, CSU, SPD und Grüne. Danke. Notfalls auch FDP. Vielen lieben Dank. Alle Bundestagswahlen, Landtagswahlen, Kommunalen oder Kreiswahlen. Und ja, vom Kreis beginnt es an. Am besten, die Leute stellen sich vor und sind ab jetzt aktiv im Bürgeramt. Und im Bürgeramt nimmst du Aufgaben an dich. Und wie gesagt, ja, ihr könnt bürgen und ihr könnt öffentliche Projekte wie zum Beispiel Straßen, Stromnetz, Gasnetz instand halten. Million reicht aus. Du hast 1 Monat einen bezahlten Menschen, oder der arbeitet ja. Also jetzt im Sinne von ein Projekt, ja, auch schon ein bisschen mehr als 1 Million für ein Projekt. Also mit 1000 Arbeiter reicht schon aus für einen Monat. Ja. 100 Arbeiter im Jahr oder 10 Arbeiter im Jahr. Vielleicht irgendwas kreieren oder so, weiß nicht. Ja. Oder Bürgercafés machen oder so. Du sagst, ich bezahle mit meinem Daumen und bezahle für Essen, für Supermärkte. Ne? Ich sag mal ernst, ihr sollt wirklich alle, die das hören, wählen gehen in deutschlandweit und das Open per Zettel, per Zettel wählen, per Post und das deutschlandweit oder auch als die Leute, die so auch nicht schwach verstehen, europaweit ausbreiten. Wie gesagt, hier in Deutschland heißt es die CDU, CSU, SPD und Grüne oder FDP. Das war's. Das ist die Parteien, das ist die wichtigste Partei Deutschlands. Ja. Die brachten immer irgendwo was Sinnendes vor sich. Ja. Eine Milliarde, eine Trillion. 15 Trillionen. Also haben wir CDU, CSU, SPD, FDP und Grüne. Ja. CDU, CSU, SPD, Grünen und FDP, danke. Kreis, Kommunal und Bezirkswahlen, beziehungsweise auch Landtagswahlen. Ja. Das ist schön in Hamburg und Bremen und Berlin, München und das Ruhrgebiet irgendwo sich einigen auf CDU, CSU, SPD und FDP. Das ist ja schön. Ja. Landtagswahlen, Bezirkswahlen und waren nur Bürger dürfen wählen, dass das ja davon ausgeht, okay, du bist also Bürger, du weißt noch nicht, aber weißt du irgendwie schon, du hast beim Bürgeramt, dann bist du Bürger. Ja. Wenn du Bürger bist und nur du die Wahlen kriegst, dann zählt jede Stimme und ja. Aber die drei Parteien angrenzen, das heißt schon, das ist perfekt. Passt mal bestens. Das ist Deutsche Börse. Programm-App. Deutsche Börse. Mann, das schaut aus. Gut. Noch einmal CDU, CSU, FDP und Grüne. Danke. Viel Spaß. Nächsten paar Jahren. Danke. Jahrzehnt. Ja. Herzlich willkommen, Berlin. Die Europäische Union. Ewig. Was meinst du? Eins.